remember their basketball coach for 25 years? Cook? Yeah, Wood. Coach Wood. For West Lafayette. That's his son. Yeah, that coach. In batting practice. Did he? Good day and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you to today's education based IHSAA Varsity Boys Baseball game. This radio coverage is made possible through audiosportsonline.net. That's ASO. That's Rob Kendall. Rob Kendall from the Kendall and Casey Show. That's weekday mornings, 9 to noon on 93.1 FM, or go to WIBC.com. Today's game features the West Lafayette Red Devils visiting the Lafayette Central Catholic Knights. Both these teams plenty familiar with each other. We'll mention Lafayette Central Catholic, southwest side of Lafayette, Indiana, and West Lafayette, the Red Devils. They are at the northeast side of Lafayette. Lafayette, a pretty big city. You can travel around. You can find many, many, many different places to eat food. So they're talking it up right now at the home plate meeting. Right there, they're talking now. That's Coach Aaron Wood, West Lafayette Red Devils, and Coach Tim Bourdonnais, Lafayette Central Catholic Knights. Two umpires on the system tonight. This game we thought was going to start at 5:30. It was on the schedule for 5:30 on the poster schedule, but it's a 6 o'clock start. I think tomorrow night at West Lafayette is going to be the second game of these two. And I think that game is supposed to start at 6. But check your local schedule. So they're introducing the lineups right now for the Red Devils. We'll get to that in a moment. We'll talk about West Lafayette. West Lafayette Red Devils High School. They have a school enrollment of 750. The Red Devils, their school was founded in 1939. They're Class 3A, Sectional 23. 7 in their sectional. They'll play that sectional at Logansport. That's synthetic field turf. In their sectional, Logansport Berries, Mechaniqua Braves, Northwestern Tigers, Peru Tigers, Twin Lakes Indians, West Lafayette Red Devils, Western Panthers. Their principal is Chad Rogers. The athletic director is Mr. Joel Strode. I like Joel Strode. I tell you what, he was the baseball coach for the longest time. He is now the athletic director. The athletic trainers, they have 2 of them, Steffi Anderson and Gusta Owens. West Lafayette High School is located at 1105 Grant Street, Lafayette, Indiana, 47906.
You can dial them up at 765-746-0400. On the web, it's WestLafayetteAthletics.com. They wear the collars scarlet and gray. They are in the Hoosier Conference along with Central Catholic. Their head coach is Aaron Wood, assisted by Brandon Sabola, Mark LeBeau, Andy Dunscombe, and Andrew Sabella. So getting ready for the national anthem and opening prayer, we'll set this down.
Asking all these players strength, courage, and perseverance and confidence. God that will empire tonight. This is safe. Lord, hallelujah. Thank you, big power. Thy will be done on earth as it is. Give us this day our daily. Forgive us our trespasses. Forgive those who trespass against us. God bless us from the out of here, Father, Son, Holy Spirit.
Third and final call, girls 100 meter dash. First call, boys 100 meter dash.
That's our national anthem. I tell you what, the Lord's Prayer and the national anthem. What more could you ask for? I tell you what, Larry Bud Wright, 60-year varsity football coach, in the locker room just prior to walking out for the ball game. Lord's Prayer recited by the whole team. I witnessed that. So they're on the diamond right now. Central Catholic going to get warmed up. Central Catholic pitcher in today's ball game going to be Lucas Gerke. Lucas Gerke wears number 10. Lucas Gerke will mention. Lucas Gerke's 5'11", 183. He's a senior. He also plays infield. He's a first baseman. We'll mention Lucas Gerke thus far on the season. Lucas Gerke wears number 10. He's got an ERA. He's not allowed a run. So he's got a .000. He's pitched 18 innings, and he has 4 appearances. This is his 4th start. This is his 4th appearance. He's faced 70 batters. He has thrown 245 pitches. He's got a win-loss ratio of 3 wins, no losses. He's given up, take that back, he's given up 10 hits. He's given up 10 hits. His earned run average is low. He's given up 10 hits. He's allowed 5 runs. 0 of those runs were earned. He's walked 2 batters. He struck out 19. 8 of those batters went down looking, and he's hit 2 batters along the way. So the Knights going to throw it around the infield. We'll mention the catcher for today's ball game for the Knights is Alex Schumer. He'll wear number 12. At first base is DJ Gilkey. He played third last night. He wears number 33. At second base, it's number 9, Hudson Gutwine. At shortstop, number 11, Mikey Stapleton. At third base, number 28, Tatum Adriano. He is a freshman. In left field, number 41, Brennan Van Kirk. In center field, number 25, Vince Telenko. And in right field, number 13, Calvin Reisman. Stepping into bat for West Lafayette, number 3. Leadoff batter in today's ballgame is L.J. Whitford. First pitch from Gerke, fouled back, out of play, 6:01 p.m. So looking for a good game here. Both teams from Lafayette, as mentioned, they do know one another. Here comes a wind and the pitch. Breaking pitch in there for a strike. Gerke working the breaking pitch, getting it across the plate. Count goes 0-2 to Whitford. He'll step back in. He's a right-handed batter. Here comes a wind and the pitch. Breaking pitch, he'll foul it off. He'll stay with it, and he'll knock it up against the screen. Central Catholic dugout. They're in the first base dugout. West Lafayette in the third base dugout. Here comes the 0-2 again. He's going to foul another one. Out of play. It's going to go to the track, and it didn't hit somebody. They're having a high school track and field meet. That ball landed between some players. Everybody's safe. So here comes the 0-2 again from Gerke. Here comes the wind and the pitch. High above the zone, ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Showing a lot of pitches. L.J. Whitford to the dugout. Pitch comes in above the zone. Breaking pitch. Ball 2. Pretty disciplined umpire. If the guy's fouling him off, he's got to strike out legitimately. You can't just strike him out. He'll take another one. Foul ball is up against the screen above the Knights dugout. Knights have a screen. They're protecting what they can protect. But I tell you what, number 3, leadoff batter L.J. Whitford. He's right on time with Lucas Gerke. Pitch comes in high above the zone. Count goes full. L.J. Whitford went down 0-2 twice, and he's now got a full count. Here comes a 3-2 pitch. He's going to strike him out. It's going to be a drop third. Schumer going to throw an errant toss to first base over the head of Gilkey. And L.J. Whitford is aboard. So he just tried to float it to first base, an outside the line throw. And that's going to bother him a bit. I tell you why, that Alex Schumer, he is calm, cool, and collected. So stepping into bat for West Lafayette, 2-hitter is number 7, Colin Castens. Castens plays left field. Out of the set, Gerke. Here's the pitch. Going to put a bunt down. First baseline. Gilkey's going to field it. He'll flip it to first base. They'll get the put out with DJ Gilkey. But Colin Castens' mission accomplished. He moves Whitford to second base in scoring position. So next batter going to step in for the Red Devils is going to be number 2. He's a 3-hitter. That's Ben Worth. Ben Worth, a lefty batter. He's going to play center field in today's ball game. Straightaway stance. Working from the stretch. Now the set. Lucas Gerke checks second base. First pitch to Worth. You're going to pop one. Playable left field. Going to back up and move to his left is Brennan Van Kirk. And Van Kirk makes the catch. There are 2 out here in the top of the first. So next batter going to step in for West Lafayette, the 4-hitter. Where's number 17, Joe Doty? Joe Doty, third baseman. Joe Doty going to step in. He's just a sophomore. A little bit of an instep on the open stance, not much. Right-handed batter. Working from the stretch, now the set. Checks second base. Here's the pitch. Pitch comes in, outside a ball. I tell you what, so far, this home plate umpire is impressive. If he can keep a strike zone like he's showing here, it's going to be a good game. 1 ball, no strikes. Out of the set, here comes the pitch. Swung on, foul ball, dribbler. Back to the backstop, going to be picked up there by assistant coach, A.J. Bourdonnais. He wears number 21. Stepping back in, 4-hitter Joe Doty. 1 ball, 1 strike. Working out a stretch, out of set. Here comes the pitch. Going to take a shot. Going to get by the glove of Adriano at third base. Going to be a base hit. It'll hit the dirt, get into the outfield. Throwing it back in, and from left field is Brennan Van Kirk, and that was a shot. So base hit moves the runner to third base. So Whitford is at third base. Ben Worth, I should take that back. Joe Doty is at first base. Next batter, right-handed batter. 5-hitter, number 16, Lincoln Furry. Lincoln Furry going to step in. He's a second baseman. Working from the stretch, now the set. Here comes a pitch from Gerke. Outside a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Early going, we're in the top of the first inning. West Lafayette have 2 aboard with 2 out. Runners at first and third base. Peering in, looking at signals. Out of the set. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. Outside, ball 2. Trying to pitch him away. That's number 16, Lincoln Furry. Lincoln Furry, he is a senior by class. You'll check the wristband. Coach Aaron Wood going with the digital system. Peering in, looking at signals. Now out of the set. Here comes the 2-0. Outside, ball 3. Short off the glove. Nice glove right there by Alex Schumer. Saved a run. 3 balls, no strikes. Don't want to make a mistake. 3-0 to 5-hitter. Lincoln Furry. Out of the set position. Furry's looking for a good pitch. He might let it go by. It's going to be ball 4 outside, and he'll jog to first base. And that's going to load the bases for West Lafayette. 2 outs. Top of the first. Next batter, 6-hitter. Where's number 6? Braylon Crisp. Crisp playing right field in the ballgame. Out of the stretch, now the set. He'll check third base. Here's the pitch from Lucas Gerke. Outside edge, strike called. No balls, 1 strike. 6-hitter, Braylon Crisp. He's a right-handed batter. Bases are loaded here in the top of the first with 2 out. Out of the set position. Gerke checks third base. Here comes the 0-1. Swing and a miss. It was an outside pitch. You waved at it. Didn't look like a good swing. It's an 0-2 count. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Gonna have a shoe tie at second base. Ben Worth gonna tie that right shoe. He's ready to go. B position umpire says he's ready. Home plate umpire makes the ball live. 0-2 count. We're gonna have a stretch. Now the set position. Here comes the pitch from Gerke. Gonna foul 1 back. Pretty close to us. Upstairs to our right. And Lincoln Furry gonna stay in that box with an 0-2 count. New baseball replenishment already here in the top of the first. I saw Coach Bournet bringing out a couple of boxes of new baseballs for this one. Out of the set position, he'll check third base. Here comes the 0-2. Ball low. Count goes 1-2. I am really impressed with this home plate umpire. Tell you what, if he can keep up what he's doing right now, the batters are not going to be disappointed. Out of the set, here's the pitch. Outside the ball. It's going to get by Schumer. He's going to make a toss to home plate. Safe at home. Head first slide. Coming in to score first run of the ball game is number 3, L.J. Whitford. That ball didn't get too far away from Schumer. Probably about 15 feet from the plate. He received it. Tossed it to Gerke. Head first slide by Whitford. And it's a 1-run ball game here at the top of the first. So runners move to second and third base. 2-2 count. 2-2 to Furry. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss, and he'll go down swinging. And the Knights get out of the inning, but not before a loose ball at home plate scores a run. Next, L.J. Whitford. So Central Catholic going to bat in the bottom of the first inning. And we do thank you for tuning in. And I will mention a little bit about the home team. Home team on the scoreboard. We'll talk about the Central Catholic Knights. Lafayette Central Catholic Knights, they have a school enrollment of 302. Their school was founded in 1956. They are Class 2A this year. They got the success factor. Class 2A, that's sectional 37. There are 7 in their sectional. Their sectional will happen right here at Lafayette Central Catholic, Gordon Lemming Field. Alphabetically, in their sectional, Benton Central Bison, Delphi Oracles, Central Catholic Knights, North Montgomery Chargers, Rensselaer Central Bombers, Seeger Patriots, Western Boone Stars. The principal at Central Catholic High School is Darrell Beck. The athletic director is Tim Bourdonnais. The assistant athletic director is Charlie Roberts. The athletic trainer is Sarah Igo. And we'll mention Central Catholic High School is located at 2410 South 9th Street, Lafayette, Indiana, 47909. You can dial them up by telephone at 765 474 2496. On the web, it's lccathletics.com. They wear the collars navy blue and white. They are also in the Hoosier Conference. There are 9 teams in the Hoosier Conference. They are Central Catholic Knights, Hamilton Heights Huskies, Logansport Berries, Rensselaer Central Bombers, Tipton Blue Devils, Twin Lakes Indians, West Lafayette Red Devils, Western Panthers. The head coach of the Knights is Coach Tim Bourdonnais, 87 graduate from Central Catholic. His assistants, A.J. Bourdonnais, Kevin Donahoe, Fred Rogers, Will Isom, David Sterrett, John Anthrop, and James Smith. First pitch to Hudson Gutwein. Swung on, he'll go back up the middle. Going to be tried to field it there, shortstop behind second base. That would have been a good play by L.J. Whitford. And it's going to be a base hit in the infield for Hudson Gutwein. He had multiple base hits last night in the ball game. I think he had one double. So 1 runner aboard, Hudson Gutwein, first pitch of the ball game. Going to work from the stretch. Corbin Keene. Out of stretch in the batter's box is Alex Schumer. Here comes the pitch. Going to foul one back to the screen. Left-handed batter, Alex Schumer. Knight's going to go with the navy blue jersey with the white pants today. West Lafayette going with the gray uniform and the red stirrups. They're going with the red hat. Out of the set, here comes the 0-1 pitch to Schumer. Breaking pitch, back door, in there for a strike. Well-placed curveball by Corbin Keene. Corbin Keene, he's a senior class member. I take that back. Let me start that again. He's a freshman. I looked at the player above him. Corbin Keene, just a freshman. Getting a start here today. Out of the set, here comes the 0-2. We're going to take one back up the middle. Going to be caught. Speared out of the air by the shortstop, L.J. Whitford. He'll throw to first base, try to get Hudson Gutwein prior to getting back and tagging up. But his throw goes awry, and it goes up against a foul fence over the top of Aiden Heap, first baseman. So Hudson Gutwein will take second base, and it's a line out to shortstop for Alex Schumer. Stepping into bat for the Knights, number 10, Lucas Gerke, left-handed batter. Working from the stretch, peering in, looking at signals. Calvin Snyder, the catcher for West Lafayette. Out of set, he'll check second. Here's the pitch. Breaking pitch, backdoor curveball, in there for a strike. That's number 23, Corbin Keene. Corbin Keene in the stretch again. Out of stretch, he'll go to the set position. He'll check second base. Here's the pitch. Outside of ball. Corbin Keene on the season. We'll mention this is appearance number 3. He has pitched 8 innings thus far on the season. He's allowed 10 runs. 9 were earned. Out of set. Here comes the 1-1 pitch from Keene. He'll take one to right field. Lucas Gerke going to get a base hit. Going to drop that liner in front of right fielder Braylon Crisp. They throw the ball in, and the Knights have runners at first and third base. 1 out. Calvin Snyder going to jog out, talk to Keene briefly. Corbin Keene will mention he's allowed 3 base on balls on the season. He has faced 39 batters, 142 pitches. That's entering this game. He's walked 3. He has struck out 8. Freshman pitcher Corbin Keene wears number 23 for the Red Devils. Working from the stretch. Now the set. Stepping in, Mikey Stapleton. We're going to try a 31 routine. That 31 routine, it's a pickoff move. It's only allowed in high school baseball now. They took it out of Babe Ruth. They took it out of the MLB. It's just available here in high school. Pitch comes in. Going to be a ground ball between shortstop and third base. Going to go to the left field. Picked up by Colin Castens. And the Knights score a run. Crossing the plate first for the Knights is Hudson Gutwine. It's going to be a base hit and an RBI for the four-hitter, Mikey Stapleton. So that 31 move, it means that a right-handed pitcher out of the stretch, out of the set, he's going to step towards third, fake a throw, completely come off the rubber with that right foot, and then maybe throw to first base, try to catch that runner sleeping. So stepping in, sixth hitter. It's going to be five-hitter, DJ Gilkey, left-handed batter. He'll take a wave at it, swing and a miss. DJ Gilkey having a good season. DJ Gilkey wears number 23. He's 6'2", 180. He's a senior class member. Peering in, looking at signals out of a stretch. Corbin Keene out of a set position. He'll check second. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Just above the zone, ball one. I tell you what, he's got discipline. I can't talk enough about this home plate umpire. He's calling a good zone. Peering in, looking at signals. Out of the stretch, now the set. Keene checks second base. Here comes the 1-1. Nope, they're going to pirouette. And I've thought about a throw to second. Whitford was going to cover, but no throw made by Keene. Here comes the pitch. Ground ball. First base side is fair. He steps on the bag for the second out in the inning. And the runners move up 90 feet. So the Knights have runners at second and third base with two out. One run in. It's a tie ball game at 1. Next batter in the lineup for Central Catholic going to be number 3, six-hitter Jackson Kane. Jackson Kane is the DH. He has done that all season long. He had, I think it was shoulder or maybe elbow surgery. I think it was shoulder surgery right after football. He's a tremendous pass catcher, and he picks the ball off. He's a linebacker. First pitch comes in there above the zone, ball 1. Breaking pitch, it was across the plate. Crossed the plate a bit tall. 1 ball, no strikes. Peering in, looking at signals. Corbin Keene out of the stretch, now the set. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. Outside, ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes. On deck for the Knights is number 41, Brennan Van Kirk. Brennan Van Kirk, he's batting an even .500. He's got 11 hits in 22 at-bats. Here comes the pitch. Above the zone, ball 3. 3 balls, no strikes. I think Jackson Kane would like to have this umpire on every at-bat he steps in, if you know what I'm saying. Right-handed batter, Jackson Kane. 3-0 pitch from Keene. Here it is. Healthy cut, swing and a miss. Count goes 3-1. He had the green light. That green light is not lit very much from Coach Bourdonnais. I've seen it lit for Jackson Kane just there, and I've seen Hudson Gutwine get a green light when he's batting. Peering in, looking at signals out of the stretch. Now the set position. Here comes the pitch. Outside a bit tall, ball 4. So Jackson tosses his bat back towards the dugout, takes that apparatus off, and jogs to first base. So bases are loaded, and Calvin Snyder going to walk out, have some more words with Corbin Keene. Next batter in the lineup, right-handed batter. And he's a 7-hitter, number 41, Brennan Van Kirk. Van Kirk playing left field for the Knights. Straightaway stance, bases loaded, 2 out. Bottom of the first, it's a 1-1 ball game. Keene out of the set. Here comes the pitch. Going to let it go by. Strike called, outside half. No balls, 1 strike. Van Kirk steps back in. Taps the plate, near side. 0-1 count. Working out a stretch. Corbin Keene, long stretch, getting a signal. Out of a set position. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Outside of ball. Profile view, that ball probably looked good. But this umpire calling a good plate. That plate is 17 inches wide, 17 inches deep. Doesn't mean a whole lot, the depth. But a good umpire will allow about 22 inches left to right, uh, including the baseball on each side of the plate. Pitch comes in. It's going to be hit by pitch. Van Kirk accepts the baseball right there on the, might have been the tricep, that right-handed batter's box, and the Knights going to score a run. It's a 2-1 ball game. Bases are still going to be loaded. Van Kirk is going to walk that off. He got dinged pretty good. Now he's going to grimace a little bit. And the B position umpire not going to allow it to start up again. Home plate umpire is not behind home plate. So they're going to check on Van Kirk. And they may run for him. Well, yeah, we'll see here. Sarah Igo, athletic trainer, is going to walk out. Check on Brennan Van Kirk. And we'll have a little pause in the action here. Sarah Igo, she has a little girl. Her and her husband, little girl, I think a couple of years old now. I bet she has a fun time with that little girl at home. I tell you what, they probably read her bedtime stories. They're a good family. Good family, the Igos. So they're going to, Coach Borden, they're going to walk across, check on Van Kirk. And while they do that, we'll mention this game is in part being brought to you by Noblesville Trophies. Noblesville Trophies, you can shop them online at noblesvilletrophies.com or stop in, if only to browse around. They're located at 1740 South 10th Street, Noblesville, Indiana. They have trophies, awards, plaques, and more. Fast turnaround. Prices are low. They're so low, you may want to be a repeat customer. Noblesville Trophies are located at 1740 South 10th Street, Noblesville, Indiana, 46060. So Van Kirk going to jog off, walk back into the dugout. They're going to give a pinch runner an opportunity. It's going to be number 5, Colton Minnick. Colton Minnick going to run the bases. We'll see if Colton stays in the ball game for Van Kirk. Van Kirk is the left fielder. And then we'll mention Noblesville Trophies. They're open Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. You can reach them by phone, 317-773-7391. Stepping into bat for the Knights, Calvin Reisman, right-handed batter. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Here's the pitch from Corbin. Going to ground it to second base. They'll play it on him. They'll go to first base, get the easy out. And that out recorded by Aiden Heap. So it was Lincoln Furry at second base to Aiden Heap. And West Lafayette gets out of the inning, but not before the Knights pick up 2 runs at the end of 1 complete. Central Catholic 2, West Lafayette 1. I will mention right there that this game is also in parts being brought to you by Lisa Stokes Bear. Lisa Stokes Bear, Century 21. She's a real estate agent with a high real estate IQ that will work for the benefit of you. That's Lisa. Lisa specializes in residential and corporate relocations. She has a vast knowledge with more than 25 years of question answering experience. Let Lisa look or let Lisa list. Each home is precious. Lisa Stokes Bear, Century 21, Sheets Company. She has an IQ and she is also highly recommended real estate agent and real estate broker. To contact Lisa Stokes Bear by phone or by text message, you can reach her at 317-513-4086. Again, that number is 317-513-4086. It's Lisa Stokes Bear. Century 21, they'll throw it to second base. Alex Schumer. They'll throw it around the infield and they'll put it back in the glove of pitcher Lucas Gerke. Next batter in the lineup for West Lafayette, going to be the 7-hitter, number 24, Calvin Snyder. Calvin Snyder doing the catching for the Red Devils. They're going to play him straight away in the outfield, maybe a little bit shallow in right field. And I think we do have a substitution, Colton Minnick. We'll double check that. Working from the windup. First batter, top of the second inning, is Snyder. He's going to take one to left field, got a lot of it. Going to back up the left fielder, and it's going to go out of here. Home run, first pitch to Calvin Snyder, the catcher. Johnny Bench would be proud. So he's going to touch all the bases, get a low 5 right there from Coach Aaron Wood. And Snyder, with one pitch, ties the ball game at 2. So that went out to left field, probably about 5 signs over to the right from the left fair pole. So stepping in, going to be the 8-hitter, number 14, Fisher Trotsky. Fisher Trotsky is the DH. He's batting in place of first baseman, number 10, Aiden Heap. First pitch, swing and a miss. So no balls, 1 strike. Here comes the wind and the pitch from Gerke. Breaking pitch in there for a strike, got the dish, broke away. Nice pitch from Gerke. Count goes 0-2. Fisher Trotsky batting for West Lafayette. Pitch comes in high and tight, ball 1. So my wife texts back in. She said it's coming in loud and clear, and the wind is not causing a problem with the microphone. That's a good thing. Peering in, looking at signals, out of the windup. Here comes the wind and the pitch. Outside, ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. West Lafayette batting in the top of the second. It is a beautiful day for baseball. Coach Bourdonnais last night in his pregame or postgame interview mentioned that it was going to be 70s and sunny for the next 2 days. I got up to 73 today. They're talking about 77 tomorrow for the game between these two teams. It will be at West Lafayette High School. So they're going to communicate right there. Looks like the communication device that was made possible a year ago, which means a coach in the dugout can call pitches to the catcher. The catcher can hear the coach. The catcher cannot transmit any verbal messages back to the coach, but the coach can call pitches. And not every team utilizes that. Not every team decided to. I think Ryan Berryman a year ago. I'm not sure if he did. Here comes the pitch, the 2-2. Outside of ball. Count goes full at 3-2. 3 balls, 2 strikes. 1 run in on the home run by Calvin Snyder. Here comes the 3-2. Outside of ball. So he'll jog down to first base. Fisher Trotsky, the DH, gets himself aboard with the base on balls. So next batter in the lineup, we're going to see the pitcher. The pitcher's going to bat. That's number 23, Corbin Keene. Corbin Keene, as mentioned, he is a freshman. So Corbin Keene has a lot of upside in front of him. So he's going to put that additional apparatus on, that left wrist area. He'll step in. That apparatus is his brain power. That's got his digits on it. Tells him what to do when Coach Aaron Wood signals the digits. Here comes the pitch. He'll put a bunt down. Foul ball left side. Count goes 0-1. So Coach Aaron Wood looking at digits right now. He's going to shout them out. I will say I have headphones on. I'm using a microphone. And sometimes this year we have used just a regular cell phone. We appreciate AT&T. Have had them for about 30 years now. Out of the set, Gerke. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Pitch comes inside, or a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike. Signals given. Coach Aaron Wood stepping back in. Corbin Keene, the pitcher. Out of the set, here comes the pitch. Thought about a bunt, pulled the bat back. It's a ball low. As mentioned last night, a pitcher usually has pretty good sense of a strike zone as a batter, as he did right there. Count goes 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike. Out of set, checks first base. Here's the 2-1. He'll try a bunt. He'll pull the bat back. It's a ball high. Count goes 3-1. So Coach Aaron Wood trying to move the runner. That's Fisher Trotsky. He drew a walk. They'll both check the wristbands. 3-1 count. Out of the set, Gerke. Here comes the pitch. Pitch comes in, strike called, top of the zone. Count goes 3-2. Corbin Keene asks, was that a strike? He says yes. Count goes full. 3-2 count. Peering in, looking at signals out of the stretch. Now the set. He'll check first base. Here comes the payoff pitch. Pitch comes in low, ball 4. Corbin Keene sprints to first base. Runners at first and second base, nobody out. West Lafayette batting. Here in the top of the second, Coach Bourdonnais going to walk out, going to talk with his infield. This will give us a good time. We'll mention a little bit about another sponsorship. We appreciate Scott G. Scott G, he says, when time is good, when you share, you should. Share and share alike. Support Indiana Middle School and high school athletics. So what last night on the track and field right over here next door, I believe they had a middle school track meet going on. Tonight it's a high school track meet. There's a lot of folks over there. They're getting ready to work the shot put over there. A shot put, as you know, about 8 pounds, maybe 12. But you work in the Olympics, that shot put, that's a 16-pound ball. So we'll mention this game is in part being brought to you by AGM Auto, LLC. At AGM, you'll not only be treated with pure professionalism, you'll get the state-of-the-art diagnostics and their up-to-date status on each of the AGM technicians. And they don't only work under the hood. AGM works toward the recovery and restoration of many beautiful cars. You can reach them at 317-984-5283. Stepping into bat, West Lafayette. Runners at first and second, nobody out. First pitch from Gerke. Going to try to put a bunt down. They're going to call it an offer. And that's number 3, L.J. Whitford. He got a base hit on his first pitch of the ball game. Excuse me. He tries a bunt attempt there. Comes up empty. Out of the set, Lucas Gerke checks second base a couple of times. Here's the pitch. He's going to put a bunt down. It's going to go foul ball behind home plate. So he's not really squaring early. He's kind of squaring late. Almost as if you're trying to bunt for a hit. But I think Coach Aaron Wood would appreciate a hit, but I think he's just trying to move the runner. Both of them. So count goes 0-2 to L.J. Whitford. Out of the set, Gerke checks second. He'll step off the back. L.J. Whitford on the season in 6 games. They are 2-4 on the season. He's batting .364 as a right-handed batter. .462 on base percentage. Out of the set, here's the pitch. Outside a ball. Count goes 1-2. L.J. Whitford. He's got 8 hits on the season. He's got 22 at-bats. He's been to the plate 26 times. That's entering today's ball game. Out of the set, he'll check second. Here's the pitch. Outside a ball. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Well, as mentioned, Whitford does have 8 hits. He's got 7 singles. He's got 1 double. He's got 5 RBI on the season. And here comes the pitch from Gerke. Breaking pitch. Going to strike him out. They're going to say inside edge, and he'll jog back to the dugout. And there's 1 out here in the top of the second. Runners at first and second base for West Lafayette. Stepping in is number 7, 2-hitter Colin Castens, left fielder. Colin Castens in 6 games, batting .316, .440 on base percentage. Outside edge, strike called. Nice pitch from Gerke. Count goes 0-1. Colin Castens going to step back in. Castens has been to the plate 25 times, 19 at-bats. He's got 6 hits. They're all singles. Pirouette, going to fake a throw to second base. That's Gerke. He'll step back in the rubber. No balls, 1 strike. 2-hitter Colin Castens. Runners at first and second base for West Lafayette. 1 out, top of the second inning. Out of the set, here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss. Count goes 0-2. 0-2 to Castens. Right-handed batter. Castens on the season. He scored 5 runs. He's been hit by pitch 1 time. He has 2 stolen bases. Out of the set, here comes the 0-2 pitch. He'll pop one, second base, going to back up Hudson Gutwein. He'll catch it about 12 feet, maybe 15 feet out in the grass and make a good catch. So there are 2 out. Castens flies out to Gutwein. So next batter going to step in for the Red Devils, 3-hitter number 2, Ben Worth. He's center fielder. Ben Worth in 6 games, batting .348, 400 on base percentage, 25 plate appearances, 23 at-bats. He's got 8 hits, 6 singles, 1 double, and the only home run. Prior to the home run hit by Calvin Snyder earlier in this game. Pitch comes in, a ball 1. Ball 1, so 1 ball, no strikes. Spearing in, looking at signals out of stretch. Left-handed batter, Ben Worth. Out of set, here comes the pitch. Outside a ball. 2 balls, no strikes to Worth. Ben Worth, 7 RBI. 2 base on balls, and he scored 5 runs for West Lafayette. He's been left on base the most for the Red Devils 13 times. You're going to foul one left side. You're going to be in the field of play, but not playable. And they'll let it go. And yes, out in left field for the Knights is number 5, Colton Minnick. So Brendan Van Kirk going to take a little time off and get back to good shape with that hit by pitch. It might have been the left bicep. Out of set, here comes the pitch. Breaking pitch, backdoor curveball in there for a strike. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Let's step back in. 2 outs. Top of the 2nd inning. Runners at first and second for West Lafayette. Out of set, here comes the 2-2 pitch. Tries to check his swing, then strike him out. I think it's going to be a called strike, and it is. So the check is not necessary. It's a backdoor curveball for the 3rd strike. So he'll go down looking, and the Knights are going to bat in the bottom of the 2nd inning. After 1.5, Knights 2, Red Devils 1. And I will also mention today's ball game is in part being brought to you by Reynolds Farm Equipment. They are family owned. They have been since 1955. You can increase your yield. Tractors, combines, corn pickers, lawn mowers, etc. Genuine John Deere equipment. New and used equipment available. Extraordinarily the best in the business. Reynolds, you can visit them at their Atlanta, Indiana location. That's at 1451 East, 276th Street. That's right there on US 31, a couple of miles to the south of the Tipton-Hamilton County line. They have 5 locations. You can reach Reynolds Farm Equipment by dialing 800-333-6947. That's 800-333-6947. Or you can reach their Atlanta, Indiana office right there on 31, 317-758-4116. So getting warmed up on the pitcher's rubber. Again, it's Corbin Keene, the pitcher. Whereas number 23, the catcher, is 24, Calvin Snyder. At first base, number 10, Aiden Heap. Second base, Lincoln Furry. He wears number 16, L.J. Whitford is at third base. Excuse me. L.J. Whitford at shortstop. He wears number 3. Third base, Joe Doty wears number 17. In left field, number 7, Colin Castens. In center field, number 2, Ben Worth. And in right field, number 6, Braylon Crisp. Stepping in for the Knights, 9-hitter, number 25, Vince Telenko. He's a center fielder. Right-handed batter. Pitch comes in. He's going to put a bunt down. Going to go left third baseline. It's going to roll across the line. They'll pick it up in foul territory. Calvin Snyder. That was almost a super good bunt by Telenko. So Telenko going to step back in. Right-handed batter. And you're going to look for signals. Gets a hand clap signal from Coach Bourdonnais. Working from the windup, Corbin Keene. Right-handed batter, Vince Telenko. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Breaking pitch finishes inside, ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Vince Telenko on deck Here's Hudson Gutwine. Here's the pitch. Nice cut. Swing and a miss. Count goes 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Knights batting the bottom of the second inning. It's a 2-1 ball game. Knights got 2 in the first. After the Red Devils got 1. Swing and a miss. Going to be strike 3. And they'll throw it around the horn. Next batter in the lineup will be Hudson Gutwine. Hudson Gutwine going to step in. His updated stats in 7 games. He did miss 1 game. Gutwine batting .444. That right-handed batter's box. On base percentage of .655. In 29 at-bats. 18 official at-bats. 29 trips to the plate. First pitch comes in there. Strike called. Inside edge. Gutwine on the season has 8 hits. 4 singles and 4 doubles. He's got 6 RBI. Here comes the 0-1 pitch from Keene. Low and away, ball 1. Count goes 1-1 to Gutwine. Gutwine has scored the most runs on the team, 17. Nobody else has double figures. Keep in mind, Gutwine is the one hitter. He bats first. Time called. A lot of concentration time there in that right-handed batter's box. Time granted to Gutwine. He'll step back in. Working from the windup, Corbin Keene. Looking for the signal. Peering over the glove. He's going to step off the back and reset. 1 ball, 1 strike. On deck for the Knights is number 12, Alex Schumer. Working from the windup. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Right across the dish. Must have been thigh high. Strike called. So Gutwine yet to swing the bat in this at-bat. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Peering in, looking at signals. Corbin Keene. He'll shake one off. He'll get one he likes. And he'll begin to wind up the 1-2 pitch. Outside a ball. I tell you what, third base dugout, West Lafayette, they thought that was strike 3. It was a good pitch, but it was outside. But a profile view of that pitch looked real good. It was a ball. Count goes 2-2. Peering in, looking over the glove. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here comes the pitch. High above the zone, ball 3. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Hudson Gutwine. Gutwine on the season has walked 9 times. 9 times in 29 plate appearances. Here comes the wind into 3-2. Foul ball going to get off the bat, and it might have got center. I should say the catcher. I'm about to say quarterback and center, but it might have got the catcher, but he's okay. Home plate umpire going to walk out and hand deliver a baseball to Corbin Keene. They're going to give Calvin Snyder a chance to recoup there. He's okay. So the count remains 3-2 to Gutwine. 1 out. We're in the bottom of the second inning. Nobody aboard. Working from the windup, Corbin Keene. Long look. Here comes the wind, the 3-2 again. Above the zone, ball 4. So Gutwine draws a walk. He's got 10 on the season. So he'll be at first base. Next batter in the lineup for the Knights. It's going to be number 12, Alex Schumer. Alex Schumer bats second. He's the catcher. Schumer, he's played in all 8 games. He's batting .304. Left-handed batter's box. .467 on base percentage. Out of set. Here comes the first pitch to Schumer. It'll be a strike called outside edge. Sliding in for a steal. Stolen base. Throw was off target. A good throw probably wouldn't have got Gutwine. Gutwine picks up stolen base number 9 on the season, and he is yet to be thrown out. Working from a stretch. Corbin Keene. Left-handed batter, Alex Schumer. Peering in, long stretch. Out of the set position and call time. Alex Schumer going to be granted time. That's a long time to concentrate for a pitcher that's going to bring one near 80 miles per hour. So time granted. Out of the set, here's the pitch. Outside half, strike called. Count goes 0-2. Schumer with an 0-2 count. Runner at second base is Gutwine. Gutwein drew a walk and stole second base. There's one out, bottom of the second inning. Out of the stretch, now the set for Keene. He'll check second. Here's the pitch. You're going to pop one up, left side. Going to end up a fair ball. The left fielder's going to catch it. That's Colin Castens, and there are two out here in the Knights' bottom of the second inning. So Gutwein stays put at second base. That was a high fly ball to left field. So Schumer went the other way with it. Stepping in, another left-handed batter, Lucas Gerke. Gerke is the pitcher for the Knights. He bats third. Gerke in 8 games, batting .333, .481 on base percentage. Out of the set, here comes the pitch. Going to take one back up the middle, going to be a base hit. Going to round third base, they're going to send him. Here comes a throw to the plate by Worth, and it's not going to be in time, and out in front of the plate on the short hop is Calvin Snyder. Coming in to score easily from third base is Hudson Gutwein. So Lucas Gerke gets an RBI single. He'll take second base on the throw to the plate. And Lucas Gerke picks up hit number 8 on the season. He's got 5 singles and 3 doubles. He now has 10 RBI. Stepping into bat, Mikey Stapleton, right-handed batter. 2 out, runner at second base for the Knights. First pitch taken for a strike. That might be the best pitch he'll see in this at-bat. It was right across the dish, about thigh high. Mikey took one out of here last year down the left field line. Working out a stretch. Peering in, looking at signals. Out of the set. Corbin checks second base. Checks it again. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Breaking pitch outside, a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 out. Bottom of the second inning, Knights have 1 run in. It's a 3-2 ball game. Peering in, looking at signals. Corbin Keene, freshman pitcher. Out of the set, he'll check second. Here comes the pitch. Foul ball, going to dribble back to the screen. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Mikey Stapleton in 8 ball games, batting .304. He had a .429 on base percentage. He's been to the plate 28 times, entering this game, 23 at bats, 7 hits, 6 singles, and 1 double. He's got 3 RBI. He's got a runner in scoring position right here. Out of the set, here comes the pitch. You're going to pop one up, playable. Catcher, Calvin Snyder, going to call for it, but the pitcher, take that back. Pitcher's going to make the catch. Corbin Keene, and it's going to be a fair ball, about 30 feet up the third baseline, and the catch is made. So the Knights are out of the inning. West Lafayette defensively get themselves out of the bottom of the second. Knights come up with 1 run. In the hit department, West Lafayette thus far in 2 innings have 2 hits. They've committed 1 error. Lafayette Central Catholic have 4 hits, and they have also committed 1 error. At the end of 2, Central Catholic 3, West Lafayette 2. And we do thank you for tuning in. And we'll mention this game is in part being brought to you by McCormick Printing. Before we dive back into action, we want to spotlight a business that's been printing success in our community for 50 incredible years. McCormick Printing Impressions. From business cards to banners, T-shirts to office supplies, MPI is your local full-service print shop, delivering quality, great service, and creativity in every project. Family owned and operated for 2 generations. MPI knows that your first impression matters, so they make sure it's a good one. Next time you need something printed with perfection, turn to MPI, because at McCormick Printing Impressions, they don't just print, they help you make your best impression. That's McCormick Printing. They're in Tipton. 765 area code 675-9556. I know that phone number because they work for Put Me in Sports and Sign Production. We appreciate them. If you want a good printer, they are good. So the Knight's going to throw the ball around the infield and put it back in the glove of Lucas Kirky. Top of the third inning, West Lafayette going to send to the plate four-hitter, Joe Doty. Joe Doty, we'll mention, in 6 ball games, he's batting .412 in that right-handed batter's box, .476 on base percentage, 21 plate appearances, 17 at bats. First pitch, breaking pitch, swing and a miss. Count goes 0-1. Doty has 7 hits on the season. He has 5 singles and 2 doubles. He has 5 RBI. Here comes the pitch. High above the zone. Ball 1. Count goes 1-1. And Lucas Kirky reached back there. Some more MPH. He's bringing it. Here comes the wind and the 1-1 pitch. Breaking pitch just above the zone. It's not where the ball ends up in the glove. It's where the ball crosses the front lip of the plate for the strike zone. Here comes a 2-1 from Gerke. Above the zone, ball 3. 3-1 count to Doty. Joe Doty, 4-hitter. He's playing third base for Coach Wood. Working from the windup, here comes the pitch. Right down meridian. Doty thought it was ball 4. Home plate umpire says strike called. Count goes 3-2. 3 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out. First batter, top of the third. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss, breaking pitch. And Schumer cleans it. Cleans it and throws it around the horn. There's 1 out. So next batter for West Lafayette, going to be the 5-hitter, number 16, Lincoln Furry. Lincoln Furry going to step in. 6 games, 263 batting average, 300 on base percentage. First pitch from Gerke. Right down meridian, strike called. Lincoln Furry, we'll mention, he's been to the plate 20 times entering this game. 19 official at-bats. So he's an aggressive batter, but not in this at-bat. Count goes 1-1. Peering in, looking at signals. Gerke, here comes the pitch. Breaking pitch in there for a strike. Righty facing a righty. Furry kind of stepped out of the way there and let that ball break in for a strike. Here comes this 1-2. Foul one right side, out of play. Going to protect the zone there. And I think it's Charlie Roberts almost got hit on that gator. He kind of ducked out of the way. It didn't hit him, but it nearly got the gator. It's a John Deere gator. Might have got that at Reynolds. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss. He'll go down swinging. And there are 2 out here in the top of the third inning. Next batter going to step in for the Red Devils. Going to be the 6-hitter, number 6, Braylon Crisp. Braylon Crisp, he's got a .333 on base percentage. He's played in 6 games, 6 hits. They're all singles. Pitch comes in outside and low, ball 1. Crisp on the season. He's got 4 base on balls. He has scored 2 runs. He's been left on base 9 times. Corbin Keene been left on base 11 times, but leading the team is number 2, Ben Worth. Pitch comes in, a ball. Count goes 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 out. Top of the third. Here comes the pitch. Outside edge, strike called. Count goes 1-2. Braylon Crisp, right fielder for West Lafayette. Here comes the pitch from Gerke. Swing and a miss, and they'll set him down. The Knights get out of the inning, and Lucas Gerke does the work. So the Knights are going to bat in the bottom of the third after 2.5 innings. Knights 3, Red Devils 2. And we also appreciate our sponsors. We'll mention this game is in part being brought to you by Fritz and Fishers. That's Fritz and Fishers. That's their main dealership right there on 116th Street. They also have Fritz in Noblesville, right on State Road 32. They are celebrating 43 years in the car business. That's in the heart of the Nickel Plate District. Late model cars and trucks. Each vehicle has a pre-delivery inspection. They have more than one inspection. I learned this from one of the guys that run the dealership in Noblesville. They really check out the automobiles before they put them on the lot. And we'll mention 2 Hamilton County locations. As mentioned, Fritz in Fishers, 8599 East 116th Street. You can dial them up there at that dealership at 317-842-2228. And in Noblesville, that's on State Road 32, between Westfield and Noblesville, their number there is 317-773-2232. And that's fritzinfishers.com, Fritz. Look that up, fritzinfishers.com. You'll see a lot of vehicles there, and they are quality. If you're looking for a vehicle, good place to look. So Knight's going to step in. Knight's going to step in with 5-hitter, number 33, DJ Gilkey, left-handed batter, playing first base tonight. Pitching from the windup, Corbin Keene, freshman pitcher for West Lafayette. Peering in, looking at signals, out of the windup. Open stance for Gilkey. Here comes the first pitch. Bottom of the third, outside, ball 1. So DJ Gilkey stepping into bat. In 7 ball games, he's batting .250, .318 on base percentage. You're going to pop one up on the infield. It's going to be called for by the shortstop. He's going to be called off by Ben Worth. It didn't hit Ben's glove. Taking a shot, going for second base. It's going to be a double. It's going to be a double off the bat of DJ Gilkey. That ball was skied. It was called for originally by the shortstop, L.J. Whitford. He went out into shallow center field. Ben Worth came in to make the catch, but didn't put the glove up. The ball never touched the glove. So that's a hit. Gilkey ends up with a double. He's at second base. Stepping into bat is Jackson Kane. Jackson Kane batting in the 6th position. Where's number 3? Lafayette. Checks second base a couple of times. Here's the pitch. Jackson was squaring the bunt. Pitch comes in tall. He pulls his bat back. Ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. Some more signals being given by Coach Bourdonnais at third base. Might be the same thing. We'll see. Working from a stretch. Now the set. Corbin Keene checks second base. Here comes the pitch. Nope. You're going to pirouette. You'll step towards second, but now make a throw. They're going to hurry up right there. They're going to allow this pitch. Nope. They're going to make him step off. He was trying to quick pitch. There, but the home plate umpire did not allow it. Out of the set now. Check second base. Here's the pitch. He was squaring the bunt, pulled it back. Might have thought it was outside. It's an outside edge strike. So called strike. Count goes 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike, nobody out. Knights batting in the bottom of the 3rd inning. DJ Gilkey got a gift, a double. He's at second base. Out of the set. King will check second base. And Jackson Kane going to foul a ball off. Might have got him in the batter's box. He was squared to bunt. He put the bunt down. Might have got him in the left leg there. He's got the protective device there. That apparatus on that left lower leg. So the count is 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Gilkey going to get a modest lead. He's going to be held on loosely there by shortstop Whitford. He's going to hover out of the set position. Corbin Keene, he'll check second. And time called in that right-handed batter's box. Granted to Jackson Kane. Jackson Kane is a senior. I remember when he showed up as a freshman. He got a lot of playing time. Good catcher. Good catcher. Here's the pitch. Going to pop one foul right side. Might be playable. It will be. The wind's going to hold it in play, but couldn't make the play there. That was Aiden Heap. He was battling the sun at the same time. The wind was bringing that ball back into play. So couldn't make the catch. Count goes 1-2 again. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And Jackson King going to step back in. Working from a stretch. Ball's made live. Peering in, looking at signals. Corbin Keene out of a set. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Outside of ball. They're going to strike him out. They're going to strike him out. They're going to say that got the outside edge. It was a breaking pitch. And Jackson Kane disappointed with the call. And I don't blame him. So there's one out. Runner at second base is DJ Gilkey. Stepping into bat, we're going to see Colton Minnick. Colton Minnick going to bat in the seventh spot right there for Brendan Van Kirk. Out of the set, Corbin Keene is the pitch. He's going to take one to right center. Got a good gap on it. It's going to be a gapper. He's going to get a single. He's going to round first base, going to try to make it a double, and he will. And he's going to get an RBI coming around to score from second base is DJ Gilkey. So Colton Minnick goes the other way with an outside pitch. Ends up with a double. He's at second and an RBI. So they call timeout. West Lafayette pitching coach going to run out. Going to talk with his pitcher. And Colton Minnick gets his second hit of the season, and it's a double. Colton Minnick working on that average. I tell you what, he's got 2 RBI on the season. Colton Minnick getting some playing time for the Knights. So home plate umpire going to walk out. He's going to let the pitching coach know that's his first trip. And home plate umpire going to jog back behind home plate. So runner at second base is Colton Minnick. Knights have one out. They're batting in the bottom of the third inning. They have 1 run in. Stepping into bat is 13, Calvin Reisman, right-handed batter. Facing the righty, Corbin Keene. Out of the stretch, now the set position. He'll check second. First pitch to Reisman. He'll take it to center field. Has a loft to it. He's going to back up. Couldn't get it. It goes over the glove of Ben Wirtz. It's going to end up a double, and it's going to be an RBI double for Calvin Reisman. And Colton Minnick scores from second base. So with 1 out, Knights have 2 runs in here in the bottom of the third inning. We're going to see number 30. Number 30, it's going to be Gus Sandberg. Gus Sandberg going to bat right now in the 9th position. Taking a breather is Vince Talenko. Gus Sandberg going to step in and bat. He bats about every game. Coach Bourdonnais wants to keep him active. He's going to come back. He's working on that ailment, but he's okay. He's going to come back in him and hopefully pitch also. Out of set, right-handed batter, Gus Sandberg is the pitch. Outside of ball. Sandberg is a junior class member. Sandberg has 1 hit on the season. He's been to the plate 7 times, 5 official at-bats, 429 on-base percentage, 2 RBI. He has walked twice. Out of set, here's the pitch. Outside, ball 2. Gus Sandberg. Sandberg, just a junior, his freshman year, sophomore year. Incredible pitcher. He was a sight for sore eyes as a freshman. He showed up. And a lot of folks very happy to see him pitch. 2 balls, no strikes, and me included. Check second base. Here's the pitch. Above the zone, ball 3. 3 balls, no strikes to Sandberg. Sandberg, right-handed batter, he'll step back in. Working from the stretch, Corbin Keene. Long stretch, getting a signal from Snyder. Out of the set, you'll check second base, the 3-0 pitch. Outside edge, strike called. So Sandberg was letting that one go by. It was a take pitch. Count goes 3-1. Peering in, looking at signals. Corbin Keene, out of the set position. Here comes the 3-1 pitch. Swung on, he'll take it right side. It's going to be maybe a fair ball. It'll drop foul, but not be caught. Just right side of the line there in right field. Braylon Crisp had to run a long way to get to that baseball. So he'll pick up the bat, Gus Sandberg. He'll step in with a 3-2 count. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Knights have 1 aboard at second base. Second base, that's Colton Minnick. I take that back. Second base, Calvin Reisman. Colton Minnick scored on Reisman's double. Out of set, here comes the 3-2 pitch to Sandberg. Swing and a miss. So he'll go down swinging. He'll walk back to the dugout, and there are 2 out here in the bottom of the third inning. Next batter we're going to see in the batter's box again is number 9, Hudson Gutwine. As mentioned, Gutwine batting .444. That right-handed batter's box, that's entering today's ball game. He got a base hit and a walk, I believe. I'm not keeping stats, just talking about the game. Out of set, Corbin Keene, here's the pitch. He's going to take one, popped it up. Right side, called by the second baseman. He'll fight the sun and make the catch at the back lip of the grass. It's Lincoln Furry. And Furry ends up on the seat of his pants with the baseball. So the Knights retire. They get 3 outs on them. And West Lafayette going to bat here in the top of the 4th inning. West Lafayette, Central Catholic, after 3 completes. Central Catholic 5, West Lafayette 2. And that first batter, I believe, in the lineup for West Lafayette is going to be the catcher, Calvin Snyder. He hit that home run to left field in his last at-bat. We'll also mention tonight's ball game is in part being brought to you by Discount Copies. Discount Copies, they're conveniently located at the west edge of Noblesville. That's Noblesville, Indiana, 46062. They're just behind Pizza Hut and next to Bowl 32. That's along State Road 32. And we'll mention that Discount Copies, they provide setup services. If you have no way to send them artwork, they can help you get that done. And you can turn your artwork into things such as note cards, notepads, prints, and calendars. Excuse me. Excuse me. And it's never too early to think about personalized Christmas cards. They make posters. Oversized printing is also available. And if you're planning a wedding, they can print all of your wedding needs. You can reach Discount Copies by phone, 317-773-8783. Again, their number is 317-773-8783. If you want to contact them silently, you can do it by Gmail. It's Discount Copies, the number 96 at gmail.com. That's Discount Copies 96 at gmail.com. They are worth communicating with for sure. Stepping in, right-handed batter last time up, Calvin Snyder, homered to left field. They'll check his swing, and they'll check a position umpire. They'll say he did not go. So 1 ball, no strikes to Snyder. Snyder batting first. Nobody out. Top of the 4th inning, a 5-2 contest. Here comes the pitch from Gerke, outside a ball. 2 balls, no strikes. West Lafayette have a pitcher warming up in the bullpen. He's a lefty. Working from the windup. Here's a wind and the pitch. Outside half, strike called. Count goes 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike. Gerke pitching in the top of the 4th. Batting is Calvin Snyder, the catcher. Outside a ball. Count goes 3-1. 3 balls, 1 strike. Working from the windup. Here comes the pitch. Right across home plate, knee high, strike called. Count goes full at 3-2. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch, foul ball. Going to dribble it back to the backstop. So 14, Calvin Snyder. Calvin Snyder got himself a home run. Last at bat. Here comes the wind and the pitch. He'll take a drive. Is going to go through the infield between first and second base. Goes into right field, picked up by Calvin Reisman. And Calvin Snyder on his way to the cycle. He's got a home run and a single, but that triple is about the toughest thing to get. Coach Bourdonnais, when he was a senior at Central Catholic, he set the record for Central Catholic with 10 triples in one season. Out of the set, Gerke squaring the bunt early is Fisher Trosky. Coming in from third base is Adriano trying to steal second base and does. Head first slide, Calvin Snyder. The throw wasn't bad from Schumer. The tag was applied by Hudson Gutwein. And safe at second is Calvin Snyder, the catcher. They say a catcher doesn't usually run too well, but Snyder proves that theory wrong. 1 ball, no strikes. Out of the set, Gerke checks second base. Here's the pitch to Trosky. Right across the dish, strike called. Fisher Trosky, the DH. He had a 250 on base percentage. He got 1 hit. 1 hit, and it's a single. Out of the set, here comes the pitch. Outside the ball, short hops the glove. Backhand, they'll throw to third base anyway, does Schumer. Into third base, standing up, is Calvin Snyder. So Coach Aaron Wood, third base coach, right there beside Snyder. He's at third base. Nobody out. Top of the 4th inning. Stepping back in, Fisher Trosky. Out of the set. Here comes the pitch. Above the zone for a ball. Count goes 3-1. 1 foot in, 1 foot out. No signals given. Trosky, right-handed batter, steps back in. Out of the set position. Gerke. Here comes the 3-1. In a foul one, back to the screen. Gonna be a full count. 3-2 count to Fisher Trosky. Trosky is the DH. He's batting in place of defensive player, first baseman, number 10, Aiden Heap. So out of the stretch, now the set. Here comes the payoff pitch to Trosky. Foul ball once again on the ground, back to the screen. 3-2 count for the 3rd time. Trosky steps back in. Peering in, looking at signals. Out of the stretch, now the set. Checks third base, 3-2 pitch. Outside, ball 4. I tell you what, this home plate umpire is definitely sectional caliber, regional caliber. I don't know, he could be final game caliber at Victory Field. He's good. Stepping in, number 23, he's the pitcher. Number 23, that's Corbin Keene. He bats in the 9 spot. He's a freshman. Modest lead at first base. Runners at first and third base with nobody out. Timeout called by Corbin Keene. It's granted. Corbin Keene, he's got an on-base percentage of .263. He's got 2 hits on the season. 1 is a single, 1 is a double. He'll take a swing and a miss there. It's going to be a foul tip in the glove, I should say. Foul tip in the glove. Schumer cleans it. It's an 0-1 count. No balls, 1 strike. Runners on the corners for West Lafayette. Out of the set position, Gerke. Here comes the 0-1. Breaking pitch finishes above the zone. Ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Corbin Keene trying to help himself. Checking that wristband. Let's see if they have a bunt on here. Let's see. Might be a safety squeeze or might be a squeeze. Out of the set, here comes the pitch. It'll be a full swing, foul ball left of third base. They'll toss a new baseball to Lucas Gerke. Count goes 1-2 to Corbin Keene. Corbin Keene going to step back in. Corbin Keene has 1 RBI on the season. He's been walked 3 times. Here's the pitch. Going to pop one up, foul ball. It's going to go maybe playable. And the wind brought it back in. Difficult play to make. Alex Schumer came about as close as you can get it without catching the baseball. So it's a 1-2 count. Again, he'll pick the bat up. Corbin Keene, right-handed batter. Corbin Keene has been left on base 11 times. That's tied for 2 other guys left on base. Out of the set, here comes the 1-2 pitch to Keene. Pitch comes in. He lets it go by. It's a called strike. Breaking pitch got the middle of the dish, broke away. There's 1 out. Top of the 4th inning. Next batter going to step in. It's going to be the 1-hitter. The only leadoff batter in today's ball game. Number 3, L.J. Whitford. He is the shortstop. Out of the set position. Whitford bats right. Facing the righty, Lucas Gerke. Here's the first pitch. Breaking pitch in there for a strike. Almost a Memorex. Final pitch that Corbin Keene took for strike 3. Peering in, looking at signals. Lucas Gerke checks first base, out of stretch. Now the set. Here's the pitch. Pitch comes in low, ball 1. L.J. Whitford, where's number 3? Batting .364. He's played in all 6 games. .462 on base percentage. He got 8 hits. 7 of them are singles, and he might have one right there. Nope. Hudson Gutwein going to get it behind second base, flip it to shortstop Mikey Stapleton. They'll get the second out, but it's going to be an RBI, fielder's choice, off the bat of L.J. Whitford. Coming in to score from third base is 24, Calvin Snyder. So 2 outs on the diamond. West Lafayette has a runner at first base. It's L.J. Whitford. You know Whitford can move the legs. He can fly. You're going to get a modest lead there at first base. Out of the set, Gerke. In the batter's box, Colin Castens. First pitch comes in high and tight, ball 1. Colin Castens wears number 7. He's played in all 6 games, batting .316, .440 on base percentage. Out of set, Gerke. Pickoff move, nonchalant. He'll throw it over to first base. Back safely is Whitford. Colin Castens, entering this game, 25 plate appearances, 19 at-bats, 6 hits. They're all singles. Right-handed batter. Out of the set, here comes the pitch. Outside edge, strike called. 1 ball, 1 strike. Colin Castens playing left field for Coach Aaron Wood. Coach Aaron Wood, his dad, coached more than 25 years basketball at West Lafayette. He let me interview him one time, and it was great. It was very fun to talk to him. It was a bit of an extended interview. We were talking just before the game. Enjoyed him thoroughly. So 1 ball, 1 strike, out of the set. Pickoff move, a little better move right there, about a B+. Back safely is Whitford. 2-hitter at the plate, West Lafayette Red Devil. Colin Castens. 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 outs, runner at first base. West Lafayette has 1 run in. Going to be a ground ball, going to be between shortstop and first. Hudson Gutwein made a good effort for it and could come up with it. Rounding second base and safe at third base is Whitford. So it's going to be an infield hit off the bat of Colin Castens. And Colin Castens is going to pick up hit number 7 on the season. So we're going to see the 3-hitter, number 2, Ben Worth. Ben Worth going to check the wristband. Center fielder Ben Worth. Batting .348, left-handed batter, .400 on base percentage. He's played in all 6 games. Working out a stretch. Now the set. Here comes the pitch. Going to take a shot to right field. Going to drop in. Just a soft base hit as if it were a tennis shot. We're going to go to third base with the throw. Head first slide. Safe at third base is Whitford. And a base hit off the bat of Ben Worth. So 2 aboard, 2 out. Top of the 4th, 2 runs in for West Lafayette. It's a 5-4 contest. Central Catholic in front. Going to be a timeout called. Coach Tim Bourdonnais going to walk out. Going to talk with his infield right there at the pitcher's rubber. And so West Lafayette rolling here in the top of the 4th. We'll also mention this ball game is in part being brought to you by Honey Creek Resort. Honey Creek Resort, what a beautiful place to be. Plan your vacation or maybe a weekend getaway. Honey Creek Resort with 840 acres of fantastic nature, fun and recreation adventures are only a 1 day's drive away. My wife and I, we drove from Arcadia. It took us 7 hours, 430 miles, but big time worth it. Honey Creek Resort in southern Iowa, where fellow Hoosiers Beth and Terry Henderson have an amazing lodge and cabins with fabulous fishing, boating, golfing, horse carriages, and much, much more. You can reach them by phone at 641 724 1450 or go to honeycreekresort.com. Stepping into bat, working from the stretch, now it's set. The batter's box, Joe Doty. Doty's a four-hitter. He'll take a breaking pitch in there for a strike. Called strike. Count goes 0-1. No balls, one strike, two out. Runners at first and third base. West Lafayette with 2 runs in here in the top of the fourth. Timeout granted to Doty. Doty, will mention Doty, he's batting .412. He's played in all 6 games. 21 plate appearances, 17 at-bats. Out of the set, here comes the pitch from Gerke. Going to pop one up on the infield. Going to be called for by the pitcher, and Lucas Gerke makes the catch out in front of the pitcher's mound. So the Knights get out of an inning. The West Lafayette, they put 2 on the board here in the top half of the fourth. And after 3.5, Central Catholic 5, West Lafayette 4. And we also mentioned this game is in part being brought to you by Camino and Company. Camino and Company, they're in downtown Noblesville. Their website is camino-and-company.com. Camino and Company is a mobile flower shop brought to you by local flower farmers and providers, small business partners, and the Camino and Company founders. Their mascot is a 1984 El Camino SS. That SS El Camino is owned by V.E. Witham. V.E. Witham is the grandpa of Carly Elbrett Witham, and she's the daughter of mine, but I'll mention she's the owner of Camino and Company. And the goal of Camino and Company is to please each customer from their concept to the Camino and Company completion. Again, you can explore their website at camino-and-company.com. They are now booking 2025 brides. They'll provide the flowers for any situation. Stepping into bat for the Knights. First batter, bottom of the fourth. Going to be number 12, Alex Schumer. Still pitching from the rubber, Corbin Keene. Here comes the pitch. Ground ball, second base. Couldn't make the play originally, and initially, it's going to be safe at first. So Alex Schumer going to reach on air. A ground ball, tough to play for Lincoln Furry. There's nobody out and one aboard for the Knights here in the bottom of the fourth. Next batter going to step in for Central Catholic, going to be number 10, Lucas Gerke. And Alex Schumer going to give way to a pinch runner. Coach Bourdonnais going to talk with Lucas Gerke there, about 30 feet from home plate, foul territory. And then we'll capture that number at first base, the pinch runner, here in a moment. Coach A.J. Bourdonnais having some words with him. So stepping in the rubber, once again, Corbin Keene. Stepping in, left-handed batter, Lucas Gerke. Out of stretch, now the set. He'll step off the back, fake a throw to first. He'll step back in the rubber, peering in, looking at signals from Calvin Snyder. Out of the set position. Righty facing the lefty. Gerke, here's the pitch. Outside a ball. Lucas Gerke on the season in 8 games, batting .333, .481 on base percentage. He got a base hit his last at bat. He's got 8 on the season. 3 of them are doubles. Out of set. Here comes the pitch. Breaking pitch across the dish for a strike. Strike called. Count goes 1-1. Lucas Gerke entering this game, 27 plate appearances, 21 at-bats. Working from a stretch, checking first base a couple of times. Out of a set, here comes the 1-1 pitch from Keene. Going to put a bunt down, foul ball, left side. Going to go back away from home plate. And the count goes 1-2 to Gerke. So they're going to work it from there. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And he'll step back in. Peering in, looking at signals, out of stretch. Now the set. Here comes the pitch. Going to take one the other way. Base hit between shortstop and third. Got the grass, went to the grass after a 1 hop off the dirt. And Gerke has a multiple hit game. So Gerke has 6 hits in the ball game. Now 9 on the season. And the Knights have runners at first and second base. I think at second base, doing the pinch running, might be number 27, Keegan McCarter. He's a sophomore, 6 foot. McCarter might be at second base doing the base running for Schumer. Out of a set position. Keene checks second base. Here's the pitch. In the batter's box for the Knights, taking ball 1 outside is number 11, Mikey Stapleton. Calvin Snyder calls time. Hand delivers the baseball, has some words for pitcher Calvin Snyder. So 24, Calvin Snyder, a freshman. The pitcher, Corbin Keene, a freshman, doing pretty well here all the way to the bottom of the 4th inning. Here comes the pitch. Outside edge, strike called. Count goes 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Bottom of the 4th inning. In the hit department, this game has 12 hits in the game. Out of a set, checks second base. Here's the pitch. Outside a ball. Coming out of his stance right there, veering to his right, good block by Calvin Snyder, West Lafayette freshman catcher. So Mikey Stapleton, right-handed batter. He's the 4-hole hitter for the Knights. Here comes a 2-1 pitch. High and tight, ball 3. So if Mikey Stapleton was going to see a good pitch in this at-bat, this next one would be it. 3 balls, 1 strike. Straightaway stance for Mikey. Runners at first and second. Out of a stretch, now the set. Check second. Here's the 3-1. Outside, ball 4. Going to get by the glove of Snyder. Going to be a wild pitch. Runners are going to go up 90 feet anyway, so that wild pitch didn't mean a whole lot with the base on balls issued to Mikey Stapleton. So timeout on the surface right there. Pitching coach going to jog out. They've got another bullpen activity. This is a different guy throwing in the bullpen. This is a righty. And we're throwing a lefty a couple of innings ago. These two teams going to play again tomorrow. It'll be at West Lafayette's park. It's an off-campus ballpark. It's very nicely done. We're supposed to have a special guest tomorrow, and I imagine he'll be there. His wife is the softball coach at West Lafayette, and Shane Fry is the football coach at West Lafayette. He's going to talk with us sometime during the ball game. We hope to. So they're going to break up the meeting there at the pitcher's rubber. They're going to keep the ball in the hand of Corbin Keene. Runners at each base for the Knights. Bases are loaded. There's nobody out. Knights batting in the bottom of the 4th. Stepping in is DJ Gilkey, left-handed batter for the Knights. Peering in, looking at signals, out of the stretch. Now the set position for Keene. Here comes the pitch. Outside a ball. Fastball outside, ball 1. DJ Gilkey has played in 7 of the 8 games, batting .250. That left-handed batter's box at .318 on base percentage. 23 at-bats. 23 plate appearances, 20 at-bats. Next pitch comes in there, outside edge, strike called. DJ Gilkey on the season, entering this game, 5 hits, 3 singles, 2 doubles. He's got 5 RBI. He's got bases loaded here with nobody out. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Inside and tight, ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike to Gilkey. Gilkey has scored 3 runs on the season. He's walked 2 times. Peering in out of stretch. Corbin Keene, now the set position. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Outside and tall, ball 3. No place to put him. Corbin Keene going to try to throw a strike right here. DJ Gilkey knows it. Peering in, looking at signals out of the stretch. Now the set. The 3-1 pitch. Going to take a drive to right field. Going to get a lot of it. Going to back up. It's going to get the gap. It's going to be caught. It's going to hit the surface. Right there at the warning track, giving it a good effort. Flat play at the plate. They're going to get the second guy. And Mikey Stapleton is going to get thrown out. They were trying to clear the bases. They got 2 runs in. So it's going to be a 2 RBI double off the bat of DJ Gilkey. They tried to score 3. Coach Bourdonnais sent Mikey Stapleton, and Mikey Stapleton was out by a mile. So anyway, they're going to call timeout, and Coach Aaron Wood is going to walk out, and he's probably going to ask for the baseball from Corbin Keene. Corbin Keene, a freshman. What an outing Corbin Keene has had. He might stay in there. We don't know yet. Nope, he's going to walk off. He ought to get a good hand clap from the West Lafayette faithful, even from Put Me in Sports. What an upside he's got. So they're going to bring in a relief pitcher. Knights pick up 2 runs off of that double by Gilkey to right center field. It got to the warning track. They couldn't get it caught. As center fielder Ben Worth was there, Braylon Crisp made the effort to catch it. And Braylon Crisp couldn't bring it in. Ben Worth throws it back in the infield. So they're going to bring the lefty in. He was warming up first down the bullpen. They're going to bring him in, and he's number 20, Maddox Bramer. Maddox Bramer is a senior class member. Where's number 20? And Maddox Bramer are going to get some warm-up tosses right here. And number 20, Maddox Bramer. We'll mention this is going to be appearance number 4 for Maddox. He's pitched in 8 2/3 innings so far. He's going to enter the game right here with 1 out, the bottom of the 4th inning. So Maddox Kramer, we'll mention, he's given up 12 runs. 8 of those runs were earned. He has walked 6 batters. He's given up 1 home run, the only home run that West Lafayette pitching staff has given up. He's faced 48 batters. He's thrown 153 pitches. He's walked 6, and he has struck out 5. So he's a lefty. He's a thin young man. He's getting some left-handed warm-ups right there on the diamond. Next batter in the lineup, he'll face number 3, Jackson Kane. Jackson Kane, right-handed batter. DJ Gilkey at second base. 1 out. Bottom of the 4th inning. Knights have 2 runs in. Knights got 2 in the first, 1 in the second, 2 in the third, and so far 2 in the 4th. West Lafayette got 1 in the first, 1 in the second, and 2 in the top of the 4th. It's a 7-4 contest. Knights in front. Alvacet, he'll check second. First pitch to Keene is inside. They're going to get by the glove of Snyder. And jogging over to third base is DJ Gilkey. So Jackson Kane, a 1-0 count. Right-handed batter. He's listed at 5'10", 205. He gets in the weight room, and it's purely evidence. 1 ball, no strikes. Peering in, looking at signals. Left-handed pitcher. Or 20, Maddox Bramer. Here's the pitch. Going to float 1 right side out of play. Nope, going to stay in play. Not catchable over near the bullpen. Knights bullpen. Knights have some bullpen activity over there. Getting loose. And I'm stepping back in. Jackson Kane, a 1-1 count with 1 out. Infield is in. Runner at third base, DJ Gilkey. Here's the pitch. Backdoor curveball misses away. 2 balls, 1 strike. 2-1 count to Kane. Peering in, looking at signals, now out of the set position. Here's the pitch. Pitch comes in, strike called. Jackson Kane, he wanted to swing at that when he elected not to. And they'll even the count at 2-2. So he'll step back in. Right-handed batter facing the lefty. Maddox Bramer. Bramer wanted to pitch early. Jackson wasn't quite in the box yet. Home plate umpire takes good initiative and calls time and doesn't allow a quick pitch. Here comes the pitch. Short off the glove by Snyder. Kept it laterally to his right. And then nothing happened from third to home with Gilkey. 3-2 count to Kane. Jackson Kane steps in, taps the plate far and near. Peering in, looking at signals. Out of the stretch, now the set. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Going to hit a ground ball. Third baseline, getting by the glove of Doty. Goes into left field, going to score a run. And Jackson Kane has a single and an RBI. Coming in to score from third base is number 33, DJ Gilkey. So stepping into bat, second time in the ballgame. Got himself aboard first time. It's number 5, Colton Minnick, the right-handed batter. Colton Minnick got summons to duty early in this game. Here comes the pitch. Gonna be a ground ball. Shortstop. Will be fielded by Whitford. He'll throw to second. They'll get the force at second, and it's going to be a fielder's choice. There are 2 outs, but Colton Minnick will stay at first base. With 2 outs, Knight's going to send to the plate number 13, Calvin Reisman. Calvin Reisman, he's played in 6 ball games. He's got a .222 on base percentage, 18 plate appearances, 17 at bats. He's got 3 hits, 2 singles, and a double. First pitch comes in above the zone, ball 1. Maddox Bramer, senior pitcher for West Lafayette. Runner at first base for the Knights, 2 outs. Colton Minnick at first. Reisman in the batter's box. Here's the pitch. Outside edge, strike called. Count goes 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Reisman on the season, he scored 5 runs. He's been walked 1 time. Alisad, here's the pitch. Breaking pitch, back door. Climbs its way back in, outside edge, called strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Hand clap signal from Coach Bourdonnais. Reisman, right-handed batter facing the lefty. Maddox Bramer out of the set. Here's the pitch. Gonna be a ground ball. Shortstop, Whitford fields it. He'll throw to first base, and he'll get the put out with Aiden Heap. So L.J. Whitford cleans that one, throws across the diamond, and the Knights will come out and play defensively. Knights come up with 3 runs in the bottom of the 4th inning after 4 complete. Knights 8, Red Devils 4. And we do thank you for tuning in. And we'll also mention this game is in parts being brought to you by Noblesville Trophies. Noblesville Trophies, you can shop them online at noblesvilletrophies.com or stop in if only to browse around. They're located at 1740 South 10th Street, Noblesville, Indiana. They have trophies, awards, plaques, and much, much more. Fast turnaround, prices are low. They're so low, you may want to be a repeat customer. Noblesville Trophies, 1740 South 10th Street, Noblesville, Indiana, 46060. They're open Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. You can dial them by telephone at 317-773-7391. Again, that number is 317-773-7391. It's Noblesville Trophies. Find them online at noblesvilletrophies.com. And I'm getting some warm-up pitches right there. Central Catholic going to change pitchers. Here in the top of the 5th, it's going to be number 11, Mikey Stapleton. Mikey Stapleton has not allowed an earned run. He's pitched in 2 innings thus far on the season. This is going to be his 2nd appearance. He's faced 11 batters. He has thrown 46 pitches. He has lost the only game, hard to say, but the Knights have lost 1, and he was the pitcher of record for that loss. He's given up 2 hits, 2 runs. None of them were earned. And he's walked 1 batter. He struck out 2, and both batters went down looking. And he's hit 1 batter along the way. So they're going to put the ball in the glove of Mikey Stapleton. Going to bat here in the top of the 5th, West Lafayette. 5-hitter, number 16, Lincoln Furry. He plays second base. Furry's batting .263 on the season in 6 games, all 6. 300 on-base percentage. He's got 5 hits. 4 are singles. He has 1 double. He has 4 RBI. Right-handed batter, he'll step in. Working from the stretch, not going to pitch from the windup, Mikey Stapleton. Out of the set, first pitch to Furry. Outside, ball 1. Mikey Stapleton is a shortstop. You know a shortstop can bring it, and Mikey Stapleton, he throws some good MPH. Out of the set, Stapleton. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. Outside edge, strike called. He paints the corner with that fastball, and the count goes 1-1. So we'll peer in, look at signals. In the batter's box, Lincoln Furry, number 16 for West Lafayette. Here comes the pitch. Foul ball, going to get the screen. It'll stay in the field of play. Count goes 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. They're still working the track meet over there. They're doing the long distance right now. They got a 2-mile run, I think. I ran a 1.5 miles in middle school. 8:42 time. That wasn't bad. Out of the set, here's the pitch. Breaking pitch inside and tight for ball 2. I tell you what, when I ran that 1.5 miles, I set the school record at 8:42 because I was the first guy to ever run the 1.5 miles. So if I finish, I set the record. Pitch comes in, swing and miss. We drop third strike, going back halfway the backstop to retrieve it is Schumer, and he throws a strike this time to first base, and the putout is made by DJ Gilkey. Now take that back. Gilkey has been asked to come off the surface there, and at first base now, after doing the pitching, is Lucas Gerke. So stepping into bat. Number 6, Braylon Crisp. Crisp is the right fielder. Out of the set, here's the pitch. Healthy cut, swing and a miss. Braylon Crisp on the season, .333 on base percentage. 3 hits. He's got he's got 2 singles and a double. Out of the set, here comes the 0-1 pitch. Breaking pitch finishes low, ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Mikey Stapleton coming in relief for Lucas Gerke here in the top of the 5th inning. Lucas went 4. Out of the set, here comes the pitch. Inside, ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike. On deck is Calvin Snyder. Calvin Snyder probably feeling pretty good with a home run in this ball game. Working from the stretch, peering in, looking at signals. Out of the set, Mikey Stapleton. Here comes a 2-1 pitch and a foul 1 back, pretty close to us. Terry Bourdonnais almost caught that one. That was right in the mid, but he couldn't grab it. 2 balls, 2 strikes. In the batter's box, Braylon Crisp. Peering in, looking at signals out of the stretch. Now the set. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Breaking pitch finishes above the zone. 3-2 pitch on the way. That was a good pitch, but it was above the zone. The break was good, but it's now a full count to Braylon Crisp. West Lafayette batting top of the 5th with 1 out. Nobody on. Here comes the 3-2 pitch. Not going to step off the back. Mikey didn't want to pitch that when he steps off the back. Changes the momentum of the ball game. He's got the right out of the set position. Here comes the 3-2 to Crisp. Going to be a hit by pitch. One thing you don't want to do as a batter is get hit with ball 4. So he'll jog down to first base. He acts like nothing happened. And bringing a replacement ball up to the batter's box is Calvin Snyder. Calvin Snyder, from up here, you couldn't tell he's that tall, but standing next to the umpire and Schumer, the catcher, he's a pretty tall young man. So number 24, Calvin Snyder, just a freshman. Working out a stretch. Now the set. He needs the stretch now. Runner at first base for West Lafayette. Pitch comes in right below the kneecaps, a called strike. No balls, one strike. He'll check the wristband. Got some more bullpen activity down the left field line for West Lafayette. As mentioned, there's another game tomorrow. And they try a pickoff move, nonchalant. Safe at first base is Braylon Crisp. Here comes the pitch to Snyder, foul it back to the screen. No balls, two strikes. Right-handed batter, Calvin Snyder. He had a good swing on that home run. As my dad says, a good swing. I mean, the byproduct of a good swing is just what Snyder did. He homered. So pickoff move again. Lucas Gerke puts a tag on him. Safe at first again is Braylon Crisp, but he dives in head first that time. Working from a stretch, Mikey Stapleton. Now the set. Here comes the 0-2 pitch to Snyder. Above the zone, ball one. 1 ball, 2 strikes to the West Lafayette catcher, Calvin Snyder. Steps back in, right-handed batter facing the righty, Mikey Stapleton. 1-2 count, working from the stretch, now the set. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss, so go down swinging. There are 2 out here in the top of the 5th. I see the B position umpire. He's shielding his eyes from that sun making it a little bit difficult, but going behind the clouds at the moment. It's on its way down. Pickoff move, nonchalant. No tag applied by Gerke. Back safely is Braylon Crisp. Stepping into bat, 8-hitter, number 14, Fisher Trotsky. The DH got himself aboard with a hit earlier in the game, and right there, he'll get hit by pitch. So his first pitch is in the middle of the back, and he'll jog down to first base. He's okay. So runners at first and second base, both runners are there by hit by pitch. So next batter, we're going to see the 9-hitter, number 23, Corbin Keene. Corbin Keene stays in the ball game after being relief pitcher, Maddox Bramer. Corbin Keene going to step out a moment. Step in now. Freshman athlete. Looks like he's got a big upside in front of him as a batter and a pitcher. We're giving him a stretch. Now the set. First pitch to Keene. Outside a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Keene steps back in. Corbin Keene, 263 on base percentage. Timeout call. Lucas Gerke going to jog over from first base. Going to give some words of wisdom to the junior class member. The junior class member is Mikey Stapleton. We're going to have a stretch. Now the set, he'll check second. Runners at first and second. Here's the pitch. Healthy cut, swing and a miss. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Top of the 5th inning. This game started at 6:01. The Pacers tipped off at 7 o'clock. They're home at Gainbridge, game 2 with Milwaukee right now. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Pacers came up with a win Saturday afternoon at 1 o'clock. Got a 19-point win over Milwaukee after Milwaukee rattled off 8 in a row. So peering in, looking at signals. Mikey Stapleton. Runners at first and second base. Alva said, here's the pitch. Tight for a ball and not hit by pitch. Count goes 2-2. Corbin Keene, right-handed batter. Had to get out of the way of that one. Mikey Stapleton going to step back in the rubber. 2-2 count, 2 outs. Corbin Keene, freshman, athlete. Alva said, here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. And the Knights get out of the inning. West Lafayette, they leave 2 aboard. And we'll mention at the end of 4.5, Knights coming to the plate. Knights in front, 8 Red Devils 4. And the Knights are going to bat in the bottom of the 5th inning. We'll also mention tonight's ball game is in parts being brought to you by Honey Creek Resort. Honey Creek Resort, what a beautiful place to be. You can plan your vacation or maybe a weekend getaway. Honey Creek Resort with 840 acres of fantastic nature, fun, and recreation adventures are only a 1 day's drive away. My wife and I, we were there. They have a 2 mile approach. You come off the road right there with the signage. It says Honey Creek Resort. It takes 2 miles to drive back in there and to find their resort. And inside there, they've got a water park. They've got a slide inside. They've got a sauna. They've got a whirlpool. They've got about everything you want. And actually, when you're driving that 2 miles back to the resort area, you'll in nighttime you'll see deer. Deer will be all over the place. You'll see them roadside, but these deer are tame. These deer kind of act like dogs. I mean, they are just tame as can be. You'll see quite a few of them. I mean, we counted 30 in the 2 mile stretch. But Honey Creek Resort in southern Iowa, where fellow Hoosiers Beth and Terry Henderson have an amazing lodge, cabins with fabulous fishing, boating, golfing, horse carriages, and much, much more. You can go to honeycreekresort.com or you can call them for reservations 641 724 1450. So stepping into bat for the Knights, bottom of the 5th, it's going to be Vince Talenko, new pitcher on the pitcher's rubber for West Lafayette Red Devils. First pitch, swing and a miss. On the pitcher's rubber is number 16, Lincoln Furry. Lincoln Furry is a senior class member. Count goes 0-1 to Talenko. Peering in, looking at signals. Out of the windup, here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Count goes 0-2. Lincoln Furry on the season, he got 2.86 ERA. This is appearance number 4. He's pitched 7 1/3 innings on the season, working from the windup. The batter's box, Vince Talenko. Here comes the wind and the 0-2 pitch. Foul ball back to the screen. So Talenko protecting the zone. He'll stay in that box with the 0-2 count. Lincoln Furry, we'll mention. He's given up 4 runs. 3 of those were earned. He's walked 6. He has struck out 6. And here comes the pitch. Outside, swing and a miss. Trying to protect the zone, he'll go down swinging. And there's 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Next batter going to step in for the Knights, number 9, Hudson Gutwein. Gutwein plays second base for Central Catholic, but right now he's the shortstop of record because Mikey Stapleton is doing the pitching. Right-handed batter facing the righty. Here comes the pitch. Breaking pitch finishes away, ball 1. Lincoln Furry, third pitch used here in the ballgame by Coach Wood. Peering in, looking at signals, both feet on the rubber. Looking over the glove, here comes the wind and the pitch. Tight. They're going to call that a strike. Strike call, count goes 1-1. That's just the first strike. Shouldn't make a big difference, but it was severely inside. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Peering over the glove, working from the windup. Lincoln Furry, here comes the pitch. Low for a ball. Count goes 2-1. Kind of reminds me of John Kruk. John Kruk told a story, and home plate umpire was, I'm trying to remember the name, but anyway, here comes a pitch from Furry. Breaking pitch outside, a ball. Count goes 3-1. John Kruk, his favorite story, he told this on the radio. First pitch came in. It came in chest high, and the home plate umpire said, strike. And he stepped out of the box and said, strike? He said, I'll make it up to you. Next pitch comes in. He's going to pop it up on the infield. Going to be playable and be called by the second baseman right where he was playing, and the out is recorded. And at second base now is number 17, Joe Doty. But anyway, he called that a strike at chest high. Home plate umpire said, I'll make it up to you. Next pitch came in, knee high, fastball right across the dish, and he called ball. So he makes it up, and sometimes that happens in a umpire's lifetime. It does happen. Here comes wind up into pitch. High and away, ball one. Alex Schumer in the batter's box. Left-handed batter. Alex Schumer in 8 games, batting .304. Here comes the wind and the pitch from Furry. Inside, ball two. 2 balls, no strikes. 2 outs. Knights batting. Bottom of the 5th inning. It's 8-4. Knights in front. Pitch comes in. Inside edge. Strike called. Count goes 2-1. On deck for the Knights, 3-hitter Lucas Gerke. Gerke is the first baseman. Pitched 4 innings for the Knights. Here comes the pitch. Outside a ball. Count goes 3-1. Alex Schumer, pretty good eye at the plate. His brother had a pretty good eye. I'd say Colton Minnick's older brother had a real good eye at home plate. Pitch comes in. Strike called. Count goes full at 3-2. Step back in, straightaway stance. Peering in, looking at signals. 2 feet on the rubber. Lincoln Furry. 3-2 count. Here comes the payoff pitch from Furry. High above the zone, ball 4. Schumer draws a walk. So Schumer on the season picks up base on balls number 7. Stepping into bat for the Knights. Schumer going to give way to another pinch runner at first base. It's going to be McCarter. He wears number 27 for the Knights. Keegan McCarter, member of the sophomore class. Working from the stretch, now the set. Lincoln Furry stepping into bat. Lucas Gerke. Pitch comes in low for ball 1. Mikey Stapleton on deck. There's 2 out. Knights batting in the bottom of the 5th. Pretty good drawn out game. It's almost been 2 hours since first pitch. Peering in, looking at signals. Checks first base out of the stretch. Now the set for Furry. Pitch comes in high and away for a ball. Might have been a pitch out. They might have thought that McCarter was going to take off for second. Both middle infielders were ready to cover second base. Maybe they think they got signals figured out from Coach Bourdonnais. I doubt it. Probably not. That's probably an indicator. Pitch comes in. Strike called. Inside edge. 2 balls, 1 strike. 2 outs. Lucas Gerke batting. Bottom of the 5th. .333 batting average in that left-handed batter's box. Gerke has a couple of hits in this game. Trying to get the triple. Now the set, they're going to step off the back, fake a throw to first base. Playing first base right now is Aiden Heap. Giving way to Trotsky to bat for him. Here comes the pitch. Swung on, he's going to take it to center field. Going to make him move to his right. He's got the depth, and he'll make the catch. That's Ben Worth. Ben Worth makes the catch in right center field for the Red Devils. And the Knights will play defense. And West Lafayette going to bat in the top of the 6th inning. Knights come up with 0 runs in the bottom of the 5th. That's the only inning they have not scored in. And we'll mention, after 5 completes, Knights 8, Red Devils 4. And we'll remind you that Lafayette Central Catholic was supposed to host Attica on May 14th. They will need to play a conference makeup game on the 14th to keep their schedule true with their conference. So Lafayette Central Catholic will host Attica 1 week before their normal scheduled date. So they'll play Attica at Central Catholic on May the 7th. And we listen to some Huey Lewis and the News. I listen to him almost daily. I like his music. Huey Lewis, wish he could still tour. He has a hearing deficiency, keeps him unable to do so. But I tell you what, if you look at Huey Lewis, he's got a video that plays I don't know which one it is, but it shows him at a carnival throwing a baseball, trying to knock over something to win a prize on the shelf. And you can tell he could throw the baseball. And Huey Lewis, I've been told when he was in high school, he was an all-state pitcher. And I thoroughly believe it because witnessing him throw that baseball at that carnival. So they throw it down to second base, and Schumer throws a frozen rope to second base, picked up there by Gutwein. And DJ Gilkey is now at second base as Mikey Stapleton is pitching. We believe so. Yes, Stapleton still on the pitcher's mound, stepping into bat for West Lafayette, top of the sixth. The leadoff batter, L.J. Whitford. Working from a stretch. The set, here's the pitch to Whitford. Inside half, strike called, a fastball. On deck, two-hitter, number 7, Colin Castens. Out of the stretch, now the set, here's the pitch. Breaking pitch, finishes above the zone, ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Nobody out, top of the sixth, 8-4 contest, Knights in front. Here's the pitch. Outside edge, strike called. Count goes 1-2 to Whitford. Whitford, a good shortstop. Whitford, a good leadoff batter for West Lafayette, batting .364 in that right-handed batter's box. Here comes the pitch. Breaking pitch, a little bit upstairs, swing and a miss. Protecting the zone, and Mikey Stapleton brings it on that strike 3 pitch. With 1 out, next batter to step in for West Lafayette can be number 7, Colin Castens. Colin Castens on the season batting .316, .440 on base. He's got 7 hits. They're all singles. First pitch, swing and a miss. He tried to check his swing. It was not a very tough call for the A position umpire. Probably called that at home plate. No balls, 1 strike. Peering in, looking at signals. Out of the set. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. High and away, ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Top of the 6th inning, West Lafayette batting. In the batter's box, Colin Castens, left fielder. Out of the set, Stapleton. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss. Count goes 1-2. So Mikey Stapleton getting dialed in. He hit a couple of batters last inning, nearly a third. But he'll step back in. Here got the set. Here comes the 1-2 to Castens. Good block there. Outside and low. 2-2 count. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Castens, right-handed batter, steps back in. Peering in, looking at signals. Stapleton out of the set. Here comes the 2-2. Take a drive to left field. It's got some air under it. And making the catch in left field. Believed to be Colton Minnick. That was pretty much right at him. Kind of like batting practice right there. But Colton Minnick records the out. There are 2 out here in the top of the 6th. Stepping in, 3-hitter, number 2, Ben Worth. Ben Worth his weight in gold and center field as their center fielder. Ben Worth steps in, batting .348. 3-hitter. Pitch comes in, low and away, ball 1. Ben Worth, 400 on-base percentage. He got 25 plate appearances, 23 at-bats entering this 7th game. Here comes the pitch. Going to foul one back, out of play. It's going to get the adjacent property owner. So Ben Worth will step back in, a 1-1 count. Ben Worth, 8 hits on the season, 6 singles, 1 double, and 1 home run. Here comes the pitch. Healthy cut there, swing and a miss. That was tight. Difficult pitch to hit. Count goes 1-2 to Worth. So Worth steps back in. He's got 7 RBI on the season. He's walked twice. He's scored 5 runs. He leads the team left on base 13 times. Out of the set, here comes the 1-2. Low and inside. Ball 2. Home plate umpire was bracing himself in case that ball was going to get him. So 2-2 count, 2 outs. Ben Worth, left-handed batter. He's got a good stroke in that batter's box. Out of the set. Here comes a 2-2 from Mikey Stapleton. You're going to take a shot to right field. Going to get the grass. Couple of hops, ends up in the glove of Calvin Reisman. And Ben Worth gets himself aboard. Next batter in the lineup, 4-hitter, number 17. 4-hitter, number 17, Joe Doty. Joe Doty going to step in. 412 batting average, 476 on base percentage. Out of the set, Mikey Stapleton. Here comes the pitch. Outside, might be a wild pitch. Going to get by the glove outside of Schumer and taking off, going down to second base. Right there is Ben Worth. So 1 ball, no strikes. 2 out. Top of the 6th inning. Lights are on. They are needed. It's getting a little bit dim. Not too bad. 8:07 p.m. Out of the set, Stapleton. Checks second base. Here's the pitch. Inside half, knee high, called strike. Joe Doty not in agreement with that strike call, but not for him to say. 1 ball, 1 strike. Schumer jogs out, having some words with Mikey Stapleton. Schumer, where's number 12? Schumer, a junior class member. Mikey Stapleton, also a junior class member. So stepping back in, Joe Doty, 4-hitter. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Runner at second base is Ben Worth. Here comes the pitch. You're going to pop one up. It's going to be a foul ball. It's going to end up way out of play, straight back. And it was close to the West Lafayette fan base. They were all bracing themselves to get hit with that baseball, and it missed the bleachers. Thank goodness. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Joe Doty going to step back in. Mikey Stapleton going to step back in the rubber. 1-2 count, 2 outs. Ben Worth at second base. 8-4 ball game. Knights in front. Top of the 6th. Working out a stretch, going to step out. Time granted to Joe Doty. He'll step back in now. 1-2 count, 2 outs. Runner at second. Out of the stretch, now the set. Here comes the pitch from Stapleton. Low for a ball. Count goes 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Joe Doty. Where's number 17? He's got 7 hits. 5 are singles, 2 are doubles. He's got 5 RBI. He's got a guy in scoring position. That's Ben Worth. Stepping off the back, Mikey Stapleton. Stapleton wants to talk to Schumer. Schumer's going to jog out. Stapleton going to meet him halfway to home plate. Talking something over. 2-2 count, 2 outs. 4-hitter, number 17, Joe Doty, batting here in the top of the 6th. Joe Doty, a third baseman. Runner at second base is Ben Worth. Out of the set, checks second base. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Ground ball, base hit through the infield between third and shortstop. Throw's going to be made near the plate. It's going to be off target. Coming in to score from second base is number 2. And coming in to score, Ben Worth. It's going to be a single and an RBI off the bat of Joe Doty. He'll take second base on the overthrow. And the Knights give up a run. They trade places. Ben Worth trades places with Joe Doty. So still 2 outs, but 1 run in. It's an 8-5 contest. Hit department, LCC with 9. West Lafayette with 7. Out of the set position. Here comes the first pitch to 16, Lincoln Furry. Pitch comes in a ball outside and low. Timeout on the diamond. Coach Bourdonnais going to walk out. Going to talk with Mikey Stapleton and his infield. 1 ball, no strikes. To the 5-hitter, number 16, Lincoln Furry. And Lincoln Furry is the pitcher of record for West Lafayette. And we'll also remind you this game is in part being brought to you by Discount Copies. Discount Copies conveniently located at the west edge of Noblesville. That's at 46062. They're just behind Pizza Hut and next to Bowl 32. That's along State Road 32, west of Noblesville. At Discount Copies, they provide setup services. Discount Copies, it's never too late or never too early to order your Christmas cards. You can reach them at 317-773-8783 or Discount Copies 96 at gmail.com. So Mikey Stapleton, out of set position. Here comes the pitch. Going to short off the glove. Going to get by the catcher, Schumer. Not sure if that's a wild pitch. Not sure. But running over to third base is Joe Doty. So 1 base run aboard, and Doty is at third base. 2 balls, no strikes. McCarter is going to go down the bullpen area. Keegan McCarter, number 27, going to get some warm-up tosses. Stepping back in the batter's box is number 16, Lincoln Furry. He's the 5-hitter for West Lafayette. Joe Doty, a crooked lead there at third base. Here comes the pitch. You're going to foul one right side out of play. It's going to be near the track area. It's going to get the track. It's going to bounce. Nobody got hit. Everybody's safe at the track. 2 balls, 1 strike. Furry, right-handed batter, right-handed pitcher, Mikey Stapleton. Here's the pitch. Inside and tight, ball 3. So Joe Doty gets that crooked lead. He likes to put those cleats in the grass area. You can get better grip, better start off of grass than dirt. Out of set, here's the pitch. Low for a ball 4. So Lincoln Furry going to jog down to first base. Base runners at first and third for West Lafayette. Next batter is going to be the 6-hitter, number 6, Braylon Crisp. Braylon Crisp, the right fielder. Braylon Crisp, he's got an on-base percentage of .333. He's got 3 hits on the season, 2 singles, 1 double. He does not have an RBI as of yet. He put that right foot, that right-handed batter's box back on the chalk. Stapleton can bring it. Alva said he might have just got away with a balk there. Didn't call it. His set position. He checked first base. Looked like the shoulder move to me. Home plate umpire didn't call it. First pitch comes in, a strike called. So we'll step back in. Braylon Crisp, the batter, 6-hitter. Where's number 6? Out of the set. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss. No balls, 2 strikes. Mikey Stapleton going to step back in the rubber. Runners on the corners. 1 run in here at the top of the 6th. Here comes the pitch. Foul ball back to the screen. Right now, Braylon Crisp protected the zone, fouled it off. So he'll face an 0-2 count for the second time. Runners at first and third base. Peering in, looking at signals. Out of the stretch, now the set. Here comes the pitch. Inside edge. Going to strike him out. He went down looking. The Knights get out of the inning. They give up 1 run in the top of the 6th after 5.5. Knights 8. Red Devils 5. And again, we do thank you for tuning in. We'll mention this game is also in parts being brought to you by Fritz in Fishers and Fritz in Noblesville, celebrating 43 years in business. They're in the heart of the Nickel Plate District. Late model cars and trucks, each vehicle pre-delivery inspection. They have 2 Hamilton County locations. One is in Fishers, 8599 East 116th Street. You can dial them up in Fishers at 317-842-2228. Also, their Noblesville dealership. It's right there on State Road 32 between Noblesville and Westfield. You can reach them there by phone at 317-773-2232. That's fritzandfishers.com. FRITZ. So getting some final warm-up tosses right there. 16, Lincoln Furry, third pitcher used in the ball game for West Lafayette. Knights have used 2. Mikey Stapleton, still a pitcher of record. They're going to throw one down second base. That's Calvin Snyder. Picked up there, second baseman. 17, Joe Doty. So set to step in for the Knights here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Going to be number 11, Mikey Stapleton. Mikey Stapleton, junior class member, batting .304. That right-handed batter's box, .429 on base percentage. Here comes the first pitch from Furry. Outside of ball. Might have been a breaking pitch, finished away, ball 1. So Keegan McCarter's getting some warm-up tosses down there in the Knights bullpen. Here comes a 1-0 pitch from Lincoln Furry. Square to bunt. Strike called and pulled the bat back. And looking to get a bunt for a hit. 1 ball, 1 strike. Nobody on base. First batter. Bottom of the 6th inning for the Knights. Mikey Stapleton. Peering in, looking at signals. Long Pierre. Here comes the wind and the 1-1. Fouled back, out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Mikey Stapleton entering this game, 28 plate appearances, 23 at-bats, 7 hits, 6 singles, and 1 double. He's got 3 RBI. 4-hitter. Here comes the pitch. Swung on. He'll take it to left center field. It'll bounce one time and be corralled by Ben Worth, the center fielder. Mikey Stapleton gets himself aboard with a base hit. Next batter going to step in for the Knights. 5-hitter, number 33, DJ Gilkey. DJ Gilkey going to step in. .250 batting average, .318 on base. Left-handed batter, open stance. Working from the stretch, now the set. Lincoln Furry, pickoff move, first base. No tag applied by Heap. Back safely, standing up, is Stapleton. Peering in, looking at signals. Out of the stretch, checks first base, now out of the set position. Lincoln Furry, here's the pitch. Healthy cut, swing and a miss. DJ Gilkey. DJ Gilkey wears 33, 6'2", 180. Pretty good sized young man. He's a senior class member. Working out of the stretch. Lincoln Furry checks first base out of the stretch. Now the set position. Here comes a pickoff move. Taking off is Stapleton. He might make it, and he will. At first slide. The throw from Heap. They went ahead and threw to first base. Stapleton was on his way to second. Heap threw the off-target throw. It ended up in left field. Thrown back in by Colin Castens. And Mikey Stapleton gets himself out of the jam in a good situation. He'd been thrown out. No balls, 1 strike. DJ Gilkey, left-handed batter. Stapleton at second base, being held on somewhat by Whitfield. Left-handed batter, DJ Gilkey. Right-handed pitcher, Lincoln Furry. Out of the set. He'll check second a couple of times. Here's the pitch. Going to call it a strike. Inside edge. Gilkey kind of got out of the way of it. Gave the umpire a little bit better view to go ahead and call that a strike. And I think that's what he did. No balls, 2 strikes. Peering in, looking at signals. Lincoln Furry. Out of the stretch. He'll check second base. Still in the stretch. Now the set position. Check second again. Here comes the 0-2 pitch to Gilkey. After a third veer. And he'll foul one back out of play. And the West Lafayette faithful had to duck for that one. So no balls, 2 strikes, second time. DJ Gilkey, left-handed batter. Right-handed pitcher, Lincoln Furry. Out of the stretch, gets a signal from Calvin Snyder. Out of the set position. Check second base. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. He'll take one to center field. Got a lot of it. Got the sweet spot. It's going to be caught this time by Ben Worth. I see veers to his right, and they record the out. There's one out. DJ Gilkey flies out to left center. Next batter going to step in for the Knights. Going to be number 3, Jackson Kane. Jackson Kane, right-handed batter. Does the DHing so far this season. We'll hope he can get into play. He did have that surgery right after football. He's still on the mend with that right arm. We're going to have a stretch. Now the set. Lincoln Furry checks second base. Checks it again. And a third time. Here comes the pitch. Pitch comes in. Thigh high. Down meridian. Strike called. No balls. 1 strike to Kane. 1 out. Bottom of the 6th inning. On deck is number 5. That's Colton Minnick. Working out a stretch. Now the set position for Furry. Pickoff move, no throw. And I'm right there at second base is 17, Joe Doty. Joe Doty playing some games out there with Mikey Stapleton. Acting like he's going to take a throw. Patting the glove. Now the set, here's the pitch. Taking off for third base is Stapleton. He'll throw to third. Calvin Snyder a little bit behind. Stapleton sliding in for a stolen base. So Mikey Stapleton on the season now has 4 stolen bases. And it has not been thrown out. So 1 ball, 1 strike. Jackson Kane steps back in. Peering in looking for signals. Lincoln Furry. Out of the set position. Here comes the pitch. Outside a ball. Breaking pitch finished away. Count goes 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike. 1 out. Knights batting in the bottom of the 6th inning. It's an 8-5 contest. Knights in front. Knights have a runner at third base. Mikey Stapleton. Out of a set. Here comes the 2-1 pitch from Furry. Outside, ball 3. Jackson Kane has drawn a walk his last at-bat. 3-1 count. Might see a good pitch right here. Taps the plate far and near. Peering in looking at signals. Lincoln Furry. Out of the set. He'll check third. 3-1 pitch to Kane. Pitch comes in above the zone, ball 4. So Jackson Kane going to jog down to first base. Knights have 2 aboard with 1 out. Next batter going to step in for the Knights, number 5, Colton Minnick. Colton Minnick plays baseball, played for the Squires, plays some travel ball. And they're going to call timeout in the West Lafayette dugout. Pitching coach going to walk out. He's actually going to jog out. They're going to meet at the pitcher's rubber, the infield right there. And I will mention this game is also in part being brought to you by McCormick Printing. Before we dive back into action, we want to spotlight a business that's been printing success in our community for 50 incredible years. McCormick Printing Impressions. From business cards to banners, T-shirts to office supplies, MPI is your full-service print shop, delivering quality, great service, and creativity in every project. Family-owned and operated for 2 generations, MPI knows that your first impression matters, so they make sure it's a good one. Next time you need something printed with perfection, turn to MPI, because at McCormick Printing Impressions, they don't just print, they help you make your best impression. So stepping in, Colton Minnick, 1 out. Runners on the corners for the Knights, first and third. Right-handed batter, peering in, looking at signals. Out of stretch, now the set, Lincoln Furry. And Colton Minnick is going to square early. He'll pull the bat back, and it's a ball. Ball 1. So Jackson Kane takes second base on the pullback bunt attempt. Count goes 1-0. So runners at second and third base, 1 out. On deck for the Knights is 13, Calvin Reisman. Peering in, looking at signals, going to be called timeout in the batter's box. Time granted, 1 foot in, 1 foot out. Not many signals given by Coach Bourdonnais. Infield is in. Middle infielder's on the lip of the grass. Out of the set, here comes the pitch. He's going to squirt a bunt. He'll put a bunt down. First baseline, it's a good one. He might get there safe. Second base covers. Doty gets to put out at first base, and it's an RBI. Good bunt by Colton Minnick. So Colton Minnick doesn't get a time at the plate, doesn't hurt his average, but he gets an RBI. So 1 run in here in the bottom of the 6th. 2 out. Next batter going to step in for the Knights, 13, Calvin Reisman. And the Knights have a runner at third base. It's Jackson Kane. Right-handed batter, Reisman. Right-handed pitcher, Lincoln Furry. Here comes the pitch. Foul ball. Going to dribble back to the backstop. No balls, 1 strike. On deck batter for the Knights is 25, Vince Talenko. So looking at signals, 1 foot in the box, 1 foot out. Stepping back in, Calvin Reisman, right fielder for the Knights. Out of set. Here comes the pitch from Furry. Going to pop one up. Going to go right side. It might be playable near the dugout, and it'll get in the dugout. Couldn't make a play. And that was number 10, Aiden Heap. He ran out of real estate. So with 2 strikes, Calvin Reisman going to step back in. No balls, 2 strikes. Right-handed batter, Calvin Reisman. Peering in, looking for signals. Lincoln Furry. Jackson Kane, a big lead at third base. They could throw over. They'd get him in a rundown if he throws over. Let's see if he won't do it. So pitch comes in outside a ball. Jackson Kane wanting to get in a pickle. He's wanting to get in a rundown, see if he can score. It's a 9-5 contest, 2 outs. Bottom of the 6th inning. Calvin Reisman batting with a 1-2 count. Jackson Kane is way off third base. They are going to get him in a rundown. So they're going to try to get him back to third base, and they will. So they get him out at third base. Jackson got a big lead. Wanted to get in a pickle. By that time, he wanted to get back to third base. And throwing him out, Lincoln Furry throws to third baseman, and they get the put out. So the Knights out of the inning will go to the top of the 7th inning after 6 completes. Central Catholic, 9. West Lafayette, 5. And we'll also mention tonight's ball game is in part being brought to you by Reynolds Farm Equipment. They are family owned and operated since 1955. You can increase your yield. They've got tractors, combines, corn pickers, lawnmowers, etc. Genuine John Deere equipment. New and used equipment available. Extraordinarily the best in the business. That's Reynolds. You can visit them. Their Atlanta, Indiana location. That's right there on Highway 31. That's US 31, 1451 East 276th Street. It's just 2 miles south of the Hamilton-Tipton County line. They have 5 locations. You can reach Reynolds Farm Equipment by dialing 800-333-6947. That's 800-333-6947. That's Reynolds Farm Equipment. On the pitcher's rubber right now for Central Catholic is freshman athlete number 28, Tatum Adriano. Tatum Adriano steps to the pitcher's rubber with a 1.40 ERA. He's pitched 5 innings for the Knights. This is appearance number 3. He's faced 19 batters, thrown 75 pitches. He's given up 1 hit. He's given up 1 run. That 1 run was earned. He has walked 2 batters, and he struck out 7. 2 of them went down looking, and he's hit 1 batter along the way. So Tatum Adriano, I tell you what, he's a muscular-looking young man. He's not real tall. Adriano, we'll mention. Adriano has stepped to the pitcher's rubber. His height, weight, not mentioned. on my lineup. First pitch comes in high and tight, ball one. In the batter's box is Calvin Snyder. Calvin Snyder went yard, I think his second at bats. Working out a wind up. Here comes the pitch. Swung on, he's going to pop one up. Right side, foul territory is going to float. It's got the screen. It'll stay in the field of play, but they got the screen for a strike. Count goes 1-1 to Snyder. Calvin Snyder does the catching for West Lafayette, just a freshman. So we'll step back in. 1 ball, 1 strike. First batter, top of the 7th, West Lafayette batting. Working from the windup. Adriano, here comes the wind and the pitch. Outside a ball. 2 balls, 1 strike. Calvin Snyder, where's number 24? Number 28 pitching, that's Tatum Adriano. Freshman versus a freshman. Swung on, foul ball, right side, out of play. Adriano almost sounded like a wooden bat on that foul ball, but I look at it, it's aluminum. Might be a composite, but I think it's aluminum. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Out of the windup, Tatum Adriano. Here comes the 2-2. Foul ball, right side, out of play. Trying to get out of the way there. Ball's going to get the surface, get the cement slab, and it's going to stay a 2-2 count to Calvin Snyder. Working from the windup, peering in, looking at signals. Here comes the pitch from Adriano, the 2-2. He's going to take one right side and be a pop-up. First base, might have landed foul near first base. Out recorded by Lucas Gerke. There's 1 out here in the top of the 7th. Next batter going to step in. Number 14. And stepping into bat is Fisher Trotsky. Fisher Trotsky, a member of the junior class. Bit of an open stance. Right-handed batter. Here comes the wind and the pitch from Adriano. Right down meridian. Fastball for a strike. No balls, 1 strike. Lengthy ball game. Maybe one of the longest ball games Central Catholic has had this season. Working from the windup, here comes the 0-1 pitch to Trotsky. Ground ball. Nice effort. Hudson Gutwein catches it on a one hop and in the hole, backhanded it and threw a strike over to first base. But safe at first is Trotsky. And that was almost ESPN worthy. So it's going to be an infield hit for Trotsky. Next batter going to step in, Corbin Keene. Corbin Keene, number 23, open stance. Freshman athletes, as mentioned, a lot of upside for Keene. Out of the set. Adriano, here's the pitch. Outside, ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. Tatum Adriano out of the stretch, peering in, looking at signals. Checks first base, out of the stretch. Now the set. Here comes the pitch. Going to pop one right side, out of play. Adriano in his set position. Takes his head, nods it as if to okay a pitch. I'm not so sure that nod in the set position couldn't be called a balk. He'll look in, peer in, look for signals out of the stretch. Long peer, getting a signal from Schumer. Checks first base out of the stretch. Now the set position. Long set. He does nod his head again there. Ball outside. 2-1 count. Not so sure. I know I'm supposed to umpire Thursday. I might call that. I'm not sure. Out of the set. Here comes the pitch. Foul ball straight back, out of play. Count goes 2-2. Going to get the top of the storage units back there. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. 9-hitter, number 23, Corbin Keene, started this game as the pitcher. Runner at first base is Fisher Trotsky. Infield hits. Out of the set. Here comes the 2-2 pitch from Adriano. Strike three. They're going to strike him out. Say it was a called strike inside half, right below the kneecaps. 2 outs, top of the 7th. Next batter going to step in. Leadoff batter in today's ball game in the batter's box now. Number 3, L.J. Whitford. Shortstop. Whitford going to step in, batting .364 in 6 ball games. Out of the set, Adriano. Pitch comes in, outside and low, ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. Right-handed batter, Whitford. Straightaway stance. Outfield, regular depth. Infield, regular positions. Out of the set, Adriano. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. Inside a ball. Bounce off the glove of Schumer. And deciding not to go on the misplayed baseball is Trotsky. So stepping back in, L.J. Whitford. 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 out. Out of the set position, Adriano. Here comes the pitch. Fouled back to the screen. One ball, 2 strikes. L.J. Whitford, right-handed batter. Tatum Adriano steps back in the rubber. Peers in, looks for signals from Alex Schumer. Checks first base out of the stretch. Now the set. Here comes the pitch. Going to pop one, right side, foul ball, going to float out of play. 1-2 count. They need some baseballs. And they got one there. They're going to end up with a couple for the ball game. He got 2 pouches, and they're both empty. He'll put one in the pouch from on-deck batter, Colin Castens. Stepping back in, 1-2 count, second time. L.J. Whitford, right-handed batter. 2 outs, out of the set. Adriano, just a pitch. He'll take a ground ball, second base. Going to be fielded right there, throw off target. Going to be off target, and it's both runners are going to run the bases there. They're going to keep the lead runner at third base, and L.J. Whitford ends up at second base. And Hudson Gutwein, a very rare occurrence, throwing error to Gerke at first base. So with 2 outs, baseball replenishment. L.J. Whitford is at second base. Fisher Trotsky is at third base. 2 outs, stepping into bat. Number 2, Ben Worth. Ben Worth is the center fielder. He's batting .348 in that right-handed box. Here's the first pitch. Inside and low, ball 1. Ben Worth, 3-hitter. He's got a .400 on-base percentage. 8 hits on the season in 6 games. 6 singles, 1 double, and 1 home run. Out of set, here comes the pitch. Inside and tight, ball 2. So right-handed batter steps back in. 2 balls, no strikes. Runners at second and third base. For West Lafayette, it's a 9-5 contest. Top of the 7th. Here comes the pitch. The foul one, right side, out of play. 2-1 count with 2 out. Jogging back to second base is Whitford. Staying put at third base, Fisher Trotsky. So Ben Worth is the 3-hitter for the Red Devils. 2 balls, 1 strike. Out of the set, Adriano. Here's the pitch. Short hops the glove. Ball 3. Good block there by Alex Schumer. So count goes 3-1. Ben Worth might see a good pitch right here. First base is open. 9-5 contest. Keegan McCarter jogs down the bullpen area for Central Catholic. Lafayette Adriano. Here comes the 3-1 pitch. Outside, ball 4. So they're going to load the bases. 3 aboard for West Lafayette. Tying run is coming to the plate. I think I got them out of order there. That was Colin Castens in the batter's box. He's now at first base. And now we're going to see Ben Worth. I was wondering why I was looking at him and knowing they only had 1 home run entering the game. And it was talking about Worth, and Castens was batting. So left-handed batter going to step in. Bases loaded. Top of the 7th inning. 9-5 contest. Tying run is at the plate. It's Ben Worth. Working from the windup with bases loaded, Tatum Adriano, first pitch. Outside a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Top of the 7th, 2 outs. Bases loaded for West Lafayette. Ben Worth batting. 1-0 count. Here comes the wind and the pitch. Outside edge, strike called. Adriano, first pitch was outside, had velocity with a fastball. He brought it in just a bit to get the called strike. Count goes 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Wind up. Here comes the pitch to Worth. Foul ball back to the screen. Right on time, just underneath the baseball. Ben Worth, as mentioned, 348 batting average. He's got 7 RBI entering this game. He's got 3 ducks on the pond. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Adriano peering in, working from the windup. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Backdoor curveball misses outside. 2-2 count. 2-2 count to Ben Worth. Tatum Adriano pitching here in the top of the 7th inning. 9-5 contest, bases loaded. Worth represents the tying run. Here's the pitch. High and away, ball 3. So nowhere to put him. Adriano knows it. He's got 1 pitch and 1 pitch to make. Stepping back in, Ben Worth, left-handed batter. Right-handed pitcher, Tatum Adriano. 3-2 count, 2 outs. Here comes the wind and the pitch. Swung on, foul ball, back out of play. So all the runners were on their horses. They were running. Trotsky at third base, got to be careful with running with a 3-2 count there at third base. Lefty batting. He'll step back in with the 3-2 count once again. So bases loaded, 3-2 count, 2 outs, top of the 7th. Here comes the pitch. Swung on, he'll go to center field. It's going to be a base hit. 1 hop into the glove of Talenko. 2 runs are going to score. It's going to be a single for Worth and 2 RBIs coming in to score. For West Lafayette is L.J. Whitford and Fisher Trotsky, but not in that order. So runners on the corners. Coach Bourdonnais going to give some instructions from the dugout. Next batter going to step in. It's going to be number 17, Joe Doty. Joe Doty, the 4-hitter for West Lafayette. It's a 9-7 contest. Tying run is at first base. It's Ben Worth. Runner at third base is Colin Castens. First pitch to Doty. Strike called outside half. Doty in disbelief once again. He'll check the wristband for the digits. And he'll step back in. No balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Top of the 7th, Knights in front by 2 runs, 9-7. Out of the set, here comes the pitch. Outside a ball, it'll be short off the glove. Schumer can't find it. Coming in to score from third base is Colin Castens. And rounding the bases to third base. Touches second, goes to third. Right there is L.J. Whitford. 9-8 contests. So Whitford represents the tying run. He's at third base. Knights are warming up down the bullpen area. It's Keegan McCarter. Keegan McCarter getting loose. Tatum Adriano gets some encouragement from Hudson, I should say, from shortstop, and Lucas Gerke. That is Hudson Gutwein playing shortstop. Nope, let me take that back. Hudson Gutwein is at second base. Mikey Stapleton at short. Here comes the wind and the pitch. Inside and tight. Ball gets off the glove of Schumer coming in to score. Tying run of the ball game is L.J. Whitford. Check that is number 2, Ben Worth. So it's a tie ball game at 9. West Lafayette with 4 runs in here in the top of the 7th inning. Bases are empty. It's a tie ball game at 9. And stepping back in, going to be number 17, Joe Doty. 2 balls, 1 strike. Here comes the wind and the pitch. Above the zone, ball 3. Adriano is bringing it. Adriano, his follow through might not be exactly what he wants. Working out his wind up. Here comes the wind and the pitch. Pitch comes in, strike called. Doty in pretty much disbelief in every called strike. Count goes full at 3-2. Working from the windup, 3-2 pitch to Doty. Swung on, ground ball. Third base off the glove. It's a fair ball. DJ Gilkey made a good effort. It goes into left field. Picked up by Colton Minnick. He throws it back in. It's a cutoff. Mikey Stapleton, the shortstop. So Joe Doty gets himself aboard with a base hit down the third baseline. So next batter going to step in for West Lafayette. 5-hitter, number 16, Lincoln Furry. Right-handed batter. Go-ahead run is Joe Doty. He's at first base. There are 2 out here in the top of the 7th. Out of stretch, now the set. First pitch, ground ball. It's going to be hit second base. That's Hudson Gutwein will flip it to Mikey Stapleton. And that was about a close range, about 10 feet. Stapleton couldn't glove it. Off the glove, couldn't pinch the glove shut, and it's safe at second for Joe Doty. So runners at first and second base. Doty is at second base. Lincoln Furry is at first. Stepping in, Braylon Crisp out of the set. Adriano, first pitch to Crisp. Ground ball. Back to Adriano. He'll glove it. He'll toss it underhanded to Gerke. And the Knights get out of the inning, but not before West Lafayette tie the game up with 4 runs in the top of the 7th. So what a ball game. 8:49 on the wristwatch. Pacers are probably getting ready for the 4th quarter. I will mention this game is also in part being brought to you by AGM Auto, LLC. At AGM Auto, you'll not only be treated with pure professionalism, you'll appreciate their state-of-the-art diagnostics and their up-to-date status of each of the AGM technicians. And AGM doesn't only work under the hood. AGM works toward the recovery and restoration of the many now beautiful cars, which are now showroom treasures, mechanically and cosmetically. Your car could be next. To contact AGM Auto, LLC, you can reach them by phone at 317-984-5283. Again, 317-984-5283. AGM Auto, you can find them on Facebook at AGM Auto, LLC. So the Knights going to bat in the bottom of the 7th inning. We'll see how aggressive the Knights can be. 9-9 ball game. Track and field, that's complete. Lights are still on. half of them on the football field around the track, but their night is over. They've all gone home. Knights are going to bat here in the bottom of the seventh. Stepping in, first batter for the Knights going to be number 13, Calvin Reisman. Calvin Reisman, 222 on base percentage. He's got 2 hits. I take that back. He's got 3 hits. 2 are singles. 1 is a double. Working from the windup. Again, Lincoln Furry. You're going to step off the back. He'll reset. Getting signals from Calvin Snyder. Working from the windup, Lincoln Furry. Calvin Reisman, the batter. First pitch, outside of ball. Short off the glove. Good block by Calvin Snyder. 1 ball, no strikes. Snyder, a right-handed batter. Let me take that back. That's Calvin Reisman, a right-handed batter, right-handed pitcher, Lincoln Furry. Peering in, looking at signals. 1 ball, no strikes. Long peer. Here comes the wind and the pitch. Outside, ball 2. On deck for the Knights is 25, Vince Talenko. Vince Talenko, center fielder for the Knights. Working from the windup. 2 balls, no strikes. Here's the pitch. Outside, ball 3. Lincoln Furry, if you were asking me, he looks like he's trying to guide the baseball. He's not reaching out. He's not taking that right arm. Follow through with that left knee. Here comes a 3-0 pitch to Reisman. Going to call it a strike. 3-1 count. 3-0 pitch. If it's close, you're going to call it a strike. Trying to make this game competitive. So ball gets loose in the bullpen area. It ends up back behind home plate. Gutwein tracks it down. And stepping back in is Calvin Reisman for the Knights. 3 balls, 1 strike. Nobody out. First batter, bottom of the 7th. Tie game at 9. Pitch comes in. They're going to call it outside edge. They call it a strike. Count goes full at 3-2. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Calvin Reisman facing Lincoln Furry. Here comes the wind and the pitch. A high above the zone, ball 4. Reisman takes off. He's at first base. And next batter in the lineup for the Knights is going to be number 25, Vince Talenko. But first, going to be a timeout, West Lafayette. Coach Aaron Wood going to walk out, talk with his infield. And we'll also mention tonight's ball game is being brought to you by Scott Gashaw. When time is good, when you share, you should. Share and share alike. Support Indiana middle school and high school athletics. So walking off the diamond, jogging off is 16 Lincoln Furry. He gets a good hand clap from the West Lafayette faithful on hand here today. So the outfield is deficient of 1 outfielder. Lincoln Furry going to get a different glove, and he's going to jog out and join the outfield crew as they warm up a new pitcher on the pitcher's rubber. And we're going to see the lefty. We're going to see another lefty get warmed up for West Lafayette. West Lafayette going to go with their 4th pitcher in the ball game. Keep in mind, they've got another game tomorrow, Central Catholic. And they're going to bring in center fielder Ben Worth. Ben Worth wears number 2, left-handed pitcher, left-handed batter. Ben Worth going to make appearance number 3 on the season. He's pitched in 4 2/3 innings so far. He's given up 6 runs. 5 of those runs were earned. He has walked 2 batters. He has faced 24 batters. He's thrown 92 pitches. He has walked 2, and he has struck out 3. So he's a lefty getting warmed up here for the bottom of the 7th. There's nobody out. Knights have 1 aboard. Calvin Reisman drew a walk, a 3-2 walk. He's at first base. Next batter in the lineup for the Knights going to be number 25, Vince Talenko. And Vince Talenko going to bat here in the bottom of the 9th. B position umpire, having some conversation there with second baseman Doty and first baseman Heap. Nothing wrong with that. So lefty getting warmed up, working that curveball, working the breaking pitch. Right-handed batter going to step in. Talenko face the lefty. So Ben Worth is bringing it. Center fielder, center fielder is an athlete. They say center fielder is probably the best athlete on the team. And looks like Ben Worth coming in from center field can also pitch. So left-handed pitcher stepping in. Nice. To bat. Nobody out. Pickoff move. First base back safely. No tag applied to Reisman. Talenko the batter. That's Vincent Talenko. Steps in, taps the plate. Third baseman is in on the lip of the grass. Out of the set position. Pickoff move again. Safe at first. No tag applied by Heap. So Reisman probably can get another step. Working out a stretch. Peering in, looking at signals. Ben Worth. Out of the set position. He'll check first. First pitch. Going to be a bunt. Going to pop it foul behind home plate up against the screen. Talenko. There's one strike. No balls, one strike. Reisman. Coach Bourdonnais trying to get Reisman in scoring position. So no balls, one strike. Ben Worth going to step back in the rubber. At third base is Corbin Keene. Corbin Keene inside the lip of the grass. He's about 6-8 feet in front of the bag on the grass, preparing for a bunt. Pickoff move, first base. Heap makes a good grab of that baseball. That ball wouldn't have been loose. And Reisman probably would have been at third base had that ball got by Heap. Peering in, looking at signals out of the stretch. 0-1 count. Out of the set. Checks first base. Here's the pitch. Going to put a bunt down skyward. It's going to be caught by third baseman. He'll throw to first base. Won't get the double play. They throw it to Heap. And a very nice play there at third base by Corbin Keene. Corbin Keene can not only pitch. Corbin Keene is an athlete defensively. So with one out, popping out to the third baseman is Talenko. Stepping in, Hudson Gutwine. Nice one-hitter. Hudson Gutwine, right-handed batter, facing the lefty. Ben Worth out of the set position. Looks at first couple times. Here's the pitch. Inside and tight. Going to get by the glove of Calvin Snyder. Going down to second base, uncontested, is Calvin Reisman. So Reisman is in scoring position. One out, one ball, no strikes to Hudson Gutwine. Hudson Gutwine, it's be the first time I've mentioned this. He's a tremendous football player. I tell you what, he is a receiver. He's going to graduate, but my goodness, he can catch passes. I was watching the Andrean game with Central Catholic. I think it was third quarter. He caught one over the middle, right in stride. And he was off to the races. Hudson Gutwine, what an athlete. One ball, no strikes. Calvin Snyder jogs out. He's having conversation right there with Ben Worth. And they're going to walk Hudson Gutwine. They've elected to put him on. They're going to try to get a force out at any base. There's one out. They're going to try to set up for a double play. He's trying to get to the 8th inning. It's a 9-9 ball game. Next batter in the lineup for the night is going to be number 12, Alex Schumer. Alex Schumer, left-handed batter, 2 aboard for Central Catholic with 1 out. Bottom of the 7th. Left-handed batter going to step in. Schumer batting .304 on the season. Facing a lefty. So lefty facing a lefty. Peering in, looking at signals. Ben Worth. A long peer out of the stretch. You're going to step off the back. Wipe the perspiration off of that left hand. He's a pitcher, lefty. And he'll step back in the rubber. Peer in, look at signals out of the stretch. Alex Schumer. In the batter's box, left-handed batter. Long peer. Now the set position. Check second base. Here comes the second base check again. Here's the pitch. Pitch comes in outside half, knee high, called strike. No balls, one strike, and Snyder wants to run back out. Talk with Worth. So not many words exchanged there. Snyder jogs back behind home plate. Snyder just a freshman. So he'll jog back, and then Snyder's got a home run in this game. 9-9 contest. Alex Schumer, left-handed batter, out of set. Ben Worth, here's the pitch. Pitch comes in, just missed. Count goes 1-1. I tell you what, the home plate umpire is taking one pitch at a time. I think he's doing a pretty fine job. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Runners at first and second base for the Knights. Out of set, Ben Worth checks second. Checks it again. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Pitch comes in high for ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike. Worth is popping the glove. Comes in from center field to take the baseball here in the 7th. Peering in, looking at signals. Out of the set. It checks second base. Check it again. Here comes a 2-1 up, pirouette, no throw to second base. So he goes counterclockwise. He's a lefty. I tell you what, when you go clockwise as a lefty or clockwise or counterclockwise as a righty, you can get some momentum on that toss to second. Out of the set, here comes the pitch. Pitch comes in and call it strike. The call strike must have been the top of the zone. No swing from Schumer. Count goes 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Runner at second base and first base for the Knights, first and second. Reisman at second. Gutwein was given a free pass to first base. Swung on, swing and a miss. Going to be a drop third. He can't take first. First base was occupied during the pitch. So swing and a miss, he'll go down on strikes. Knights move their runners to second and third base, but now 2 out. So Lucas Gerke, the 3-hitter for the Knights, going to step into bat. Lucas Gerke in 8 ball games, batting .333, .481 on base. Lucas Gerke has 2 hits in this game. Infield, regular depth. Going to try to get 1 out here. Base hit will end the ball game. Out of the set, Ben Worth. Here comes the pitch. Healthy cut, swing and a miss. No balls, 1 strike. 2 outs. Left-handed batter, Lucas Gerke. Lucas Gerke, a member of the senior class. Ben Worth peering in. Out of stretch, now the set. Here comes the 0-1. Hit by pitch. Gerke didn't like that one. That was up tall. It was probably between the shoulder blades. Ben Worth lost the grip. And so Gerke goes down to first base, loads the bases. Knight's going to send to the plate number 11, Mikey Stapleton. Stapleton is the 4-hitter. Stapleton has a base hit in this ball game. So he's going to step in. Stapleton batting .304 in 8 games. 7 hits. 6 are singles. 1 is a double. Bases loaded. Out of the stretch, now the set. First pitch to Stapleton. Outside, ball 1. He's popping the glove, Ben Worth, that his accuracy is diminishing just a bit. 1 ball, no strikes. So Reisman represents the winning run. He's at third base. There are 2 out. Bottom of the 7th. Timeout called, right-handed batter's box. Mikey Stapleton. He'll step back in. Ben Worth going to step back in the rubber. So lefty pitcher, right-handed batter, stepping off the back, going to take a throw to third. He'll step back in the rubber, Ben Worth. He'll peer in, look for signals from Calvin Snyder. Out of the set, here comes the 1-0 pitch. Outside, a bit up, ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes. I don't believe anyone has left the ballpark. Everybody on pins and needles right now. 2 balls, no strikes. Ben Worth peering in, looking at signals. Mikey Stapleton, Right-handed batter. Here comes the pitch. Outside edge, strike called. Stapleton knew it. 2-1 count. 2 balls, 1 strike. Outfield playing regular depth. Infielders playing a regular situation. There are 2 out. Bases are loaded. 2-1 pitch on the way from Worth. Swing and a miss. Stapleton. Count goes even at 2-2 with 2 out. Mikey Stapleton, right-handed batter's box, 4-hitter for the Knights. Mikey Stapleton on the season. He's got 3 RBI. He's looking for 1 right here. Peering in, looking at signals. Ben Worth out of the set. 2-2 pitch. Foul ball. Might have got off the body there of Calvin Snyder. I think everybody's okay. So Mikey Stapleton staying alive in that batter's box. He's going to face a 2-2 count for the second time. Stepping back in the rubber, Ben Worth. He'll peer in, look at signals. Peering in, Calvin Snyder giving the signals. Catcher. We're going to have a stretch. Now the set. 2-2 pitch on the way. Inside and tight. They're going to call him strike 3. Strike 3. They're going to call that inside edge. And then Mikey Stapleton would have hit the handle had he swung. So the Knights are going to go to an 8-inning ball game. So West Lafayette, they pushed the game into extra innings with their 4 runs in the top of the 7th. Top of the 7th inning, and the Knights come up with no runs, leave bases loaded in the bottom half. And Coach Bourdonnais talking to his pitcher of record right now. It's Tatum Adriano. And I will also mention tonight's ball game is in parts being brought to you by Lisa Stokes Bear. Lisa Stokes Bear, Century 21. She's a real estate agent with a high IQ as an agent that will work for the benefit of you. Lisa specializes in residential and corporate relocations. She has a vast knowledge with more than 25 years of question answering experience. Let Lisa look or let Lisa list. Each home is precious. Lisa Stokes Bear, Century 21, Sheets Company. As mentioned, more than highly recommended. She's a real estate agent and a real estate broker. To contact Lisa Stokes Bear by phone or by text message, you can contact her at 317-513-4086. Again, that number is 317-513-4086. So Tatum Adriano back out on the pitcher's rubber. He's going to pitch here in the top of the 8th inning. Knights going to play defensively. West Lafayette going to come back to the plates. West Lafayette 4 runs in the top of the 7th to extend this ball game. First batter for West. The glove of Adriano, and they'll play baseball in the 8th inning. Remember a few years ago, Frankfort and Central Catholic went 10 innings, and it was a 1-0 ball game at the end of it. Bases loaded, Central Catholic threw ball 4, and that ended the game in 10 innings. 1-0. Here comes the wide, the pitch from Adriano. Swung on, a foul 1 back, out of play. So no balls, 1 strike. Calvin Snyder, the batter, he also catches. Freshman catcher for Coach Wood. So Adriano has a baseball. Pitching from the windup. Right foot on, left foot off. Peering in, looking at signals. Here comes the wind to the 0-1. Pitch comes in short off the glove. Schumer. 1 ball, 1 strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. Center field, Chalenko playing Snyder to pull the baseball. He did hit 1 out of here. I believe his second batting attempt. Here comes the pitch. Pitch comes in. Inside, must have been low. Count goes 2-1.
2 balls, 1 strike. Steps back in. Schumer going to ask something to the dugout. Evidently, he's not getting communication. Communication device must have been off target there. He's going to walk back to the dugout. Coach Bourdonnais going to adjust that microphone. Actually, he has a speaker. That's Schumer. He's got a speaker where he can hear Coach Bourdonnais calling the pitches from the dugout. As mentioned, that's a commodity that happened last year. Started up last year. But all coaches and catchers don't have to do it that way. But it's a benefit. Here comes the wind and the pitch to 2-1. Swung on ground ball. Off the glove of Adriano. Hudson Gutwein cleans it. He'll throw to first base, and it's a base hit. Off the glove of Adriano, a shot back up the middle. Slowed it up enough. Gutwein fields it behind second base and almost got him at first base. So Calvin Snyder is aboard with nobody out. Stepping into bat, number 14, Fisher Trotsky. Trotsky, a right-handed batter. Trotsky is the DH for West Lafayette. Out of the set, here's a pitch, he's a square to bunt. Pitch comes in, a ball. Ball gets loose, but Schumer picks it up on the hop. So we'll check the wristband again. Fisher Trotsky might be asked to bunt here. Trying to move Calvin Snyder to second base. He's going to square to bunt again. He'll put the bunt down right side, foul. So count goes 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Nobody out. Top of the 8th inning. Central Catholic and West Lafayette. Divisional game. Game 1 of 2 in the Hoosier Conference. Out of the set, Adriano. Here's the pitch. We're going to bunt again. Pulls the bat back. Pops off the glove. Schumer. But Calvin Snyder elects not to run to second base. So count goes 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike. Fisher Trotsky, the 8th hitter. DH for West Lafayette. Out of the set, Adriano. Here comes the pitch. He'll square the bunt again. He'll foul it back to the screen. Even the count at 2-2. So Snyder retreats back to first base. 1 foot in the box, 1 foot out. Are they going to ask Fisher Trotsky to attempt to bunt with 2 strikes? We're getting ready to find out. Out of the set, Adriano. He's not squaring. Here's the pitch. Pitch comes in. They're going to call him out. Inside half, knee high. Trotsky. And he didn't complain much, and he jogged back to the dugout. And there's 1 out here in the top of the 8th. Next batter going to step in for West Lafayette, number 23, Corbin Keene. Corbin Keene, as of late, he's playing third base. He did start this game as the pitcher, went 4 innings. We're going to now stretch now the set. Adriano, first pitch to Keene. Going to swing away, going to pop one up left field. Coming in to make the catch is Colton Minnick. Colton Minnick makes the catch at the top of the webbing in that glove. It is dark, yeah. It's dark. It's got dark spots. Colton Minnick makes a great catch there. 2 out. West Lafayette batting here at the top of the 8th. At the batter's box is number 3, LJ Whitford. He is the 1 hitter for West Lafayette. With Calvin Snyder at first base. Out of the set. Adriano, here's the pitch. Inside tight, ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. He checks the wristband. Steps back in. We're going to have a stretch period in looking at signals from Schumer. Out of the set, Adriano. Here comes the 1-0. Inside tight, nearly got it. Going to throw to second base. Sliding in head first. Snyder is safe at second. Throw came in. Third base side of the bag at second. 2 balls, no strikes. So LJ Whitford, leadoff batter for West Lafayette, has a runner in scoring position at second. It's Calvin Snyder. Out of set, Adriano. Here comes the pitch. Above the zone, ball 3. 3 balls, no strikes. 2 outs to Whitfield batting. Will Whitfield have a green light? I'm not sure. We'll find out. Out of the set, Adriano. Here comes the 3-0 pitch. Pitches inside, ball 4. So Whitfield going to sprint down to first base. He's got some wheels. You got Snyder in front of him. Next batter to step in for West Lafayette, number 7, Colin Castens. But first, Coach Bourdain going to walk out, have conversation. It looks like we might have Alex Schumer taking the gear off to maybe come out and pitch here in the 8th inning with 2 outs. So he's going to take his gear off, and they send out another catcher, which Renback. Next catcher going to go out. It's going to be Cooper Renback. Renback is 6'2", 150. He's a sophomore, and he's listed as a catcher. And he's going to take some pitches right now. I'm pretty sure he will. To get warmed up, and then we're going to see Alex Schumer. Alex Schumer, he's going to change the glove, probably. Not going to use the catcher's glove to pitch, obviously. But he'll get his regular glove on. He'll come out and pitch. And we'll also mention tonight's ball game is being brought to you by Noblesville Trophies. You can shop them online at noblesvilletrophies.com or stop in if only to browse around. 1740 South 10th Street, Noblesville, Indiana. Trophies, awards, plaques, and more. Fast turnaround, prices are low. They're so low you may want to be a repeat customer. Noblesville Trophies, 1740 South 10th Street, Noblesville, Indiana, 46060. They're open Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. You can reach them by phone, 317-773-7391, or online at noblesvilletrophies.com. So right-handed pitcher, going to pitching now, is Alex Schumer. Alex Schumer has not given up a run at all this season. He's pitched 3 innings. This is appearance number 2. His first appearance was a start, and he's faced 10 batters, thrown 29 pitches. He's got a win-loss ratio of 1 win, no losses. He's given up 1 hit. He struck out 3, and none of them went down looking. He struck them out swinging. So Alex Schumer getting some final warm-up tosses. He's going to be asked to come out here at the top of the 8th inning with 2 out and 2 base runners, first and second base, West Lafayette. Stepping in the bat, it's going to be the 2-hitter, number 7, Colin Castens, left fielder for the Red Devils. So Alex Schumer steps in the rubber. Going to peer in, look for signals. Look for signals from Cooper Redback. Here comes the first pitch. Outside tall, ball 1. So 1 ball, no strikes. Step back in. Colin Castens peering in, looking at signals. Alex Schumer. And home plate umpire is going to stop some type of chatter in the third base dugout. It's okay. It's just a lot of enthusiasm. So, home plate umpire going to talk to Coach Aaron Wood. Don't know what was said, but I think it's been nipped in the bud. That's what Barney Fife would say. So, they're going to cool it. Coach Wood says cool it. It's all good. So, it's all about sportsmanship, and that's what it is. Top of the 8th inning, 9-9 ball game. Hit department. 11 hits for West Lafayette. Swing and miss at the plate. Count goes 1-1. 10 hits in the ball game for LCC. It's a 21-hit game. Top of the 8th, 2 outs. 2 aboard, first and second. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. To short out the glove. And good play there by Redback to keep that ball in front of him. Because Calvin Snyder was on his horse there for a moment. So 2 balls, 1 strike. Alex Schumer peers in, looks for signals from Cooper Redback. Out of the set. Here comes the 2-1 pitch. Outside, ball 3. And they're going to Ball gets by Renback, and they're going to take third base. So third base is taken right there by Calvin Snyder. But staying at first base is Colin Castens. I think the back staying at first base is L.J. Whitford. In the batter's box is Colin Castens. 3 balls, 1 strike. Peering in, looking at singles. Lafayette, Alex Schumer. Here comes the pitch. Swung on, ground ball. Shortstop. Off the glove of Stapleton, goes into center field. Run comes in to score Calvin Snyder. And Snyder is going to score the go-ahead run. It's 10-9 with 2 out. So runners at first and second again for West Lafayette. Next batter going to step in is Ben Worth. Ben Worth is the pitcher of record for West Lafayette, left-handed batter. Where's number 2? Came in from center field to pitch. Lafayette, Schumer, here's the pitch. Swung on, foul tip. Couldn't hold it, it's a foul ball. No balls, 1 strike. Schumer going to step back in the rubber. 0-1 count to 3-hitter Ben Worth. Peering in, looking at singles. Lafayette goes at second base. Here's the pitch. Pitch comes in, strike called. Outside of half, about knee high. Count goes 0-2 to Worth. So Ben Worth will step back in. 348 batting average. Lafayette, Schumer. Check second. Here's the pitch. Swung on to be a rocket between first and second to right field. They bring the ball in. They're going to throw the plate. And the out is safe as the ball comes loose during the tag. Renback took the tag on him, but the ball comes free. And Whitfield's going to score. So Whitfield scores the run. And there are still 2 outs. Runners on the corners for West Lafayette. So they're going to ask for a new baseball. Imagine that grass has some dew on it. I'm sure it's collecting some dew here as the night gets later. The lights are definitely needed. The sun has gone down. This game started at 6:01 p.m. It is 9:23 p.m. We're at the top of the 8th inning. 2 runs in here in the 8th for West Lafayette. 11-9. 2 outs. Stepping into bat, Joe Doty. First pitch is upstairs. Ball 1. Runners on the corners for West Lafayette. At first base is number 2, Ben Worth. At third base, L.J. Whitfield. Or Whitford, minor. Lafayette, here comes the pitch to Doty. Outside a ball. 2 balls, no strikes. Tell you what, we don't want this to end up like a Cubs game a few years ago. 23 innings. 14 hours in that ballgame. Lafayette, Schumer. Here comes the 2-0 pitch. Upstairs, ball 3. Schumer struggling. He's trying to find that release point. 3 balls, no strikes. There's 1 base open. Joe Doty batting. He's a 4-hitter. Don't want to make a mistake to Doty. Here's the pitch. High upstairs, ball 4. He'll take a 4-pitch walk. He'll jog down to first base. That'll load the bases with 2 outs. Stepping in is the 5-hitter, number 16, Lincoln Furry. Lincoln Furry. They step in, right-handed batter. Conversation there at the pitcher's mound. Hudson Goodwine giving some encouragement to Alex Schumer. Goodwine going to jog back to second base position. Bullpen area active again. The Knights bullpen. Lafayette, here comes the pitch to Furry. Just above the zone, ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. Bases are loaded. Top of the 8th inning, 2 out. West Lafayette have 2 runs in. It's an 11-9 contest. West Lafayette. Pitch comes in, strike called. Count goes 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Right-handed batter, Lincoln Furry. He's the 5-hitter. Timeout called. Cooper Renback going to jog out and talk with Alex Schumer. And it's pretty dark over here, Central Catholic. The only lights that are on are the baseball diamond lights. It's kind of a beautiful setting right now. It is beautiful here. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Back in the rubber. Peering in looking for signals. Alex Schumer. Looking at his catcher. Cooper Renback out of the set. Here comes the pitch. High and tight. Ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike. Schumer trying to find that release point. Trying to find out where to drop the ball off the fingertips. Peering in looking at signals. Out of the stretch, now the set. He'll check second. Here's the pitch. Above the zone, ball 3. Nowhere to put him. 3 balls, 1 strike. Step off the rubber, step back in. Look in, signals. Renback. Out of the set. Furry the batter. Here comes the pitch. Swung on, swing and a miss. 3 balls, 2 strikes. So, drop third strike with bases loaded. Hurt the dugout. Tell Redback to just step on home plate for a force out. So, peering in, looking at signals. Alex Schumer. Lincoln Furry, the batter. Alice set. Here comes. You step off the back and fake a throw to second base. So, 3-2 count, 2 outs. Furry, the right-handed batter. Alex Schumer, the right-handed pitcher. Alice set. Here comes the pitch. Swung on, you can pop one to center field. Alex Kalenko's going to have to come in to make a play. He couldn't make it. Came in a long way. He's trying to make the play, and the knees bounces off the glove, and the ball's going to get loose back to the stream. So West Lafayette going to score 4 runs on the fly ball to center field because they were all running on the hit ball with 2 outs. So it's ball off the glove. Don't know what the official score would be. But I'm going to find Lincoln Furry at second base, but he'll get credit for 3 RBI. So West Lafayette has 5 runs here in the top of the 8th. Timeout on the field. Coach Bourdonnais going to walk out. Alex Schumer going to jog back. He'll go to the dugout. And Coach Bourdonnais going to send in Keegan McCarter, number 27. Keegan McCarter, he's had a couple of bullpens down there. He's 6 foot 143. He's a sophomore, listed as a pitcher and an outfielder. Right-handed pitcher, Keegan McCarter. Keegan McCarter hasn't had a lot of pitching this year. He's got 2 innings under his belt. This is appearance number 3. He has faced 10 batters from 39 pitches. He's given up 3 hits. He's given up 3 runs, but none of them were earned. He has 1 base on balls issued. Keegan McCarter, a right-handed pitcher, getting some action here tonight on a Tuesday. So they're having a convention out in center field, right fielder, left fielder, center fielder. Keegan McCarter. And again, we'll mention this game is in part being brought to you by Camino & Company. They're in downtown Noblesville. Camino & Company is a mobile flower shop brought to you by local flower farmers and providers, small business partners, and the CNC founders. They're a mascot of the 1984 El Camino SS. That El Camino is owned by D.E. Witham. D.E. Witham is the grandpa of Carly Witham Elbred. Carly Witham is the owner of Camino & Company. And their goal at Camino & Company is to please each customer from their concepts to the Camino & Company completion. You reach them online at camino-and-company.com. Stepping in the bat, number 6, Braylon Crisp. Right into the bat, going to face Keegan McCarter. Out of the set, here's the pitch. Breaking pitch across the dish, strike call. Pretty good break there. Got the dish, broke away. And Cooper ran back. Been jog out. Some quick words with Keegan McCarter. Runner at second base for West Lafayette is Lincoln Furry. No balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Pierre looking at signals. Keegan McCarter out of the set. Here comes the pitch. Outside the ball. 1 ball, 1 strike. Number 6, Braylon Crisp. Where's number 6? He's got 3 hits on the season. 2 are singles, 1 is a double. Out of set, here's the pitch. Swung on, swing and a miss. Count goes 1-2. Calvin Snyder is on deck. Calvin Snyder started out the 8th inning. He ended up scoring. Out of set, here comes the 1-2 pitch. Inside, going to get by the glove of Renback. Goes back to the backstop, and he'll pick it up. And Lincoln Furry is now at third base. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. 6-hitter, number 6, Braylon Crisp, right fielder for the Red Devils. Working from stretch. Period. Looking at singles. Getting the signal out of set. McCarter, here's the pitch. Swung on, foul ball, back to the screen. So let's stay alive in that batter's box. Another 2-2 count on the way to Braylon Crisp. Right into batter, steps back in. Period. Singles. Out of the set. 2-2 pitch. Outside. Going to call him out. Outside edge. They're going to call him out. And they're going to set him down. And that might be the most questionable call of the evening. But that umpire doing a fine job. The Knights are going to bat. Knights are going to bat here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Knights need 5 to continue the game. They need 6 to walk off. And again, we'll mention this game is in parts being brought to you by Honey Creek Resort. Honey Creek Resort, what a beautiful place to be. You can plan your vacation or maybe a weekend getaway. Honey Creek Resort with 840 acres of fantastic nature, fun and recreation adventures are only 1 day's trip away. That's 1 day's drive. Honey Creek Resort in southern Iowa, where fellow Hoosiers Beth and Terry Henderson have an amazing lodge and cabins with fabulous fishing, boating, golfing, horse carriages, and much, much more. You see a lot of deer there, and they are tame. Truly amazing adventures in hospitality await you at honeycreekresort.com. Make your group, business, and family getaway plans today. You can reach them by dialing 641-724-1450. Again, their number, 641-724-1450. So still pitching for West Lafayette is number 2, Ben Worth. Left-handed hurler. Ben Worth, a junior class member. Stepping in for the Knights, TJ Gilkey, left-handed batter. Gilkey going to step in, a .250 batting average, .318 on base. Get 5 hits, 3 singles, 2 doubles. First pitch from Worth, bottom of the 8th. Inside tight, ball 1. Gilkey steps back in. Worth, 2 feet on the rubber. Peering over the glove, getting a single. Here comes the wind and the 1-0 pitch. Outside half, knee high. Strike call. Count goes 1-1. Jackson Kane is on deck for the Knights. Peering in, looking at singles. Ben Worth. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Count goes 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Step back in, tap the plate. Peering in, looking at singles. Ben Worth. Here comes a 1-2 pitch to Gilkey. Outside a ball. 2-2 count. TJ Gilkey, the batter. Bottom of the 8th inning. Peering in, looking at signals. 2-2 kill. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss. And he'll go down swinging. There's one out here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Next batter will step in for the Knights. It's number 3, Jackson Kane. Jackson Kane is the DH. He's batting in place of the defensive player. Number 28, Tatum Adriano. So Kane's going to step in. Right-handed batting spots, facing the lefty, Ben Worth. 2 feet on the rubber. Pick up the wind and the pitch. Outside a ball. Nice glove by Calvin Snyder. 1 ball, no strikes. Ben Worth wanted to ask a question to Calvin Snyder. Got the answer. Ben Worth back on the rubber. 1 ball, no strikes. Jackson Kane, right-handed batter, senior class member. Here comes the wind and the pitch. Outside, ball 2. So Worth trying to pitch gingerly to Jackson Kane. Jackson Kane, and just one swing, he can hit the trees beyond the home run fence. Here comes the wind and a 2-0 pitch. Outside, ball 3. 3 balls, no strikes. Colton Minnick is on deck for the Knights. Colton Minnick came on to play for Brennan Van Kirk. Van Kirk took a hit by a pitch on the arm and left the ball game. Here comes the pitch. And they called a strike. I'm not sure if the home plate umpires thought that was strike 3 or not. Kind of rung him up. Jackson was tossing the ball to the bat, to the dugout. So he'll pick up the bat. He'll step back in. 3-1 kill. Facing the lefty, Ben Worth is the 3-1 pitch. Outside, ball 4. The umpires, I don't believe they get overtime. Umpires are playing through the duration. I know that 23-inning ball game that the Cubs had years ago. That was a long game, 14 hours for a baseball game. Those fans got their money's worth. I bet some of them went home. Probably had to go to work. So working from the stretch, Ben Worth peering in, looking at signals from Calvin Snyder. In the batter's box is Colton Minnick. First pitch comes in, strike ball. Jackson Kane at first base. Jackson Kane going to put his sliding mitt on. The position umpire calls time for him. So no balls, 1 strike. Colton Minnick steps back in. Right-handed batter. Facing Ben Worth out of the set position. Checks first as the pitch. Swung on, he'll foul it straight back out of play. Right on time, Colton Minnick just underneath the baseball. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Bottom of the 8th inning. 14-9 West Lafayette on his 5 runs. Got 5 in the 8th inning. Here comes the pitch. Breaking pitch finishes above the zone. Ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Just step back in. Runner at first base for the Knights is Jackson Kane. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here comes the pitch. Breaking pitch in there for a strike. So he'll set down looking, and there are 2 outs here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Knights going to sit to the plate. 8th hitter, number 13, Calvin Reisman. Reisman's going to bat. He's the right fielder for the Knights. Ben Worth going to step back in the rubber. Right-handed batter, Calvin Reisman. Jackson Kane at first base. 2 out. Out of the set. First from the pickoff move. Back safety. No tag applied by Aiden Heap. Stepping back in the rubber, Ben Worth. Peering in, looking at signals from Calvin Snyder. Out of the set position. He'll check first. Here's the pitch. High and away, ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. Reisman steps back in the rubber. Then he looking at signals. Out of the stretch. Now the set. He'll check first. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss. Healthy cut, swing and miss, Reisman right on time. 1 ball, 1 strike. Back in the rubber. Peering in, looking at safe. Worth out of the stack. Here comes the 1-1 pitch from Worth. Swung on, swing and a miss. Count goes 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Worth adjusts the bill of his cap, steps back in the rubber. 1-2 kick. Reisman, right-handed batter, out of the set. Here comes the pitch from Worth. Foul ball, right side, out of play. Calvin Reisman right on time with Worth. Jackson King going to jog back to first base. 1-2 count once again for Calvin Reisman. Working in the rubber. Peering in, looking at six. Now the stretch, now the set. Checks first, here's the pitch. Breaking pitch, stays outside. Count goes 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. First breaking pitch I think I've seen in a while from Ben Worth. He's been living on the fastball. Count goes 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Checks first, here's the pitch. Swing and miss. And gloving it behind the dish is Calvin Snyder. And that's going to complete today's ball game. It took 8 innings, but West Lafayette came up with 5 runs in the 8th inning. And West Lafayette is going to capture the win. These same 2 teams will play tomorrow. It'll be at West Lafayette High School, get their off-campus baseball facility. And our final score here tonight, West Lafayette 14, Central Catholic 9. And we do thank you for tuning in. We hope you'll listen tomorrow. I think it's a 6 o'clock game at West Lafayette. And no matter if you're home or away, if you're doing the teaching and the learning, don't let it go. Keep the fire burning.